add a little extra punch to it.
Welcome to the program. My name is Brian Craig. Yes, we'll add some more punch to it. I don't know what that was on my phone. All right. We are back for another day of Where MAGA Comes to Talk right here on this program and taking live calls as well. We've got a lot to cover, and I'm going to start with what's going on with Jimmy Kimmel. And I just looked this up. Okay, so Jimmy Kimmel's back tonight, right? Everyone's going to be talking about it. And, of course, the twist is Sinclair is not going to carry his show tonight. And they have a whole bunch of stations that are all over the country. And they released this statement, Sinclair. Beginning Tuesday night, Sinclair will be preempting Jimmy Kimmel Live across our ABC affiliate stations and replacing it with news programming. Discussions with ABC are ongoing as we evaluate the show's potential return. Okay, here's the thing about all of this, in my view, okay? I believe that this entire Jimmy Kimmel story was a big publicity stunt. You have a failing show, very lowly rated. Colbert just got the axe. I know he's still on the air, but they're not renewing his contract, so they fired him. And Jimmy Kimmel's in a panic. And I believe that Jimmy Kimmel, his agents and managers, and ABC came up with this publicity stunt, which I'm branding. This has been done before rather recently, and this type of publicity stunt for free publicity for, I guess, a week, maybe a little bit longer. I'm calling it the Cracker Barrel strategy. And if you think about what's just happened, right? No one really cared too much about Jimmy Kimmel. Now the left do, and the left care about it a lot. They really weren't paying attention to it before. They didn't care. Now they do. It's a call celeb among liberals. And Jimmy Kimmel, they got a few $100 million in free publicity easily because they're in every newspaper, every website, every podcast, every television broadcast, all the news. Everyone's been covering it. He may have gotten $1 billion in free publicity, which turned him into a victim among liberals in the last week. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. $500 million, at least, maybe as much as $1 billion. When you consider even the president of the United States on more than one occasion has been asked and he answered questions about it and said the guy's name and everything else. And that's the kind of publicity you can't buy. And I call it the Cracker Barrel strategy because with the Cracker Barrel woke scandal, it became pretty apparent really quick that Cracker Barrel had done a publicity stunt, right? They remodeled only a couple of restaurants, maybe 4. The remodeling they did was very cheap and very inexpensive. And the business model of Cracker Barrel is as a sit-down restaurant, right? You go in their store, spend some money on things you don't really need or will ever use, and then you have a meal. And since the shutdown and lockdown period, people are not sitting down in restaurants anymore. Now, restaurants are still doing well because there's a lot of takeout, okay? The DoorDash and Uber Eats is doing very well for restaurants, but so far as sitting down in a restaurant, that's at its lowest numbers in a long time. And Cracker Barrel's entire business model is on sitting down in the restaurant, and their business has been low. So they had this woke scandal. It caused outrage by me and many others. And then boom, on a dime, they switched. And now conservatives are back in Cracker Barrel restaurants, even going to a Cracker Barrel, not on a road trip, but in their own neighborhood. There's one in town, let me drive 30 minutes to get there, right? And Cracker Barrel's back now, and they reversed everything on a dime. And I believe that Jimmy Kimmel got very nervous with everything that's happened with Colbert, and he and his managers and ABC came up with this scheme as major publicity. He missed, 3 shows? Thursday, Friday, and then last night. He's going to be back tonight? Come on. Everything was reversed and corrected too quick. And if you're on hold, stand by. I will take some calls in a bit. It's the latest version of internet publicity, right? The internet publicity used to be through viral videos. Things don't really go viral too much anymore because there's too much content out there. So the era of the viral video is kind of over. There was a lot of celebrities that try to get some publicity through celebrity sex tapes, but there's too much pornography out there, so nobody cares anymore, right? And the old celebrities aren't the new celebrities anyway. And this is just a new tactic, the Cracker Barrel strategy. Now, I don't know how many times this is going to be used. I imagine it'll be tried again by someone or some company, some business, an individual or something. But that's exactly what this is. It was just a publicity stunt. Now, here's another thing I want to ask you, okay? Sinclair, that's not going to carry it. It was Tenet that had most of the stations. Sinclair has fewer ABC affiliates, right? There was Tenet and Sinclair before were not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel. Tenet is now. Sinclair's not, the smaller of the two. And most of the markets they're in, not all, but most of the markets they're in are small markets. I just looked up some of them. This is not a complete, I had a hard time getting a complete list. But here's some of the markets that Sinclair has ABC affiliates in. They have stations that aren't ABC, that are with other companies. These are just some of the larger markets their ABC affiliates are in. DC, Seattle, Portland, Birmingham, Mobile, Little Rock, St. Louis, Dayton, Tulsa, Roanoke, Asheville, and Chico. I don't know where Chico is, out on the West Coast somewhere because it's KRCR, so it's west of the Mississippi. Most of the markets that the Sinclair stations are in are small to medium-sized markets, not the major markets like here in Miami, where I'm at, New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago. They're smaller markets. And here's the other thing. If you watch shows on broadcast television, where do you watch them? I cannot remember the last time that I watch. There's not a lot of network programming I watch, okay? There's a couple things I watch. I watch the FBI. They have those 3 FBI shows. I watch 2 of them, FBI and FBI Most Wanted. I like those shows. I don't watch them on my local television affiliate. I watch them on the app for the network, right? Yeah. There's only a couple of other network shows I watch. The only things that I actually watch on my television set that aren't on an app is the cable news. I do have to check into the cable news when things are happening. And my wife and I on Sundays will put on QVC and watch In the Kitchen with David because it's relaxing and calming on a Sunday in the background. But even they have an app. But pretty much everything else I watch, I watch on a streaming app. So is Jimmy Kimmel really boycotted in these Sinclair markets? Or can you still watch it on the ABC app or on Hulu? Right? So is he really off in those markets? Maybe in some of them, but I bet you not in all of them. So there is the Sinclair boycott, which was the smaller of the 2 that were is it really a boycott? Right? Can't you still in those markets on either Hulu the next day or on the ABC app catch the shows? And maybe you wouldn't be able to catch it live. Maybe it would be the next day. But you'd still be able to watch it, wouldn't you? So is there really a boycott going? So what I want to ask you all is this. Was this a publicity stunt? You know, what he said, basically, Jimmy Kimmel, is he was saying that the assassin of Charlie Kirk was MAGA, and that conservatives were trying to cover up that it was a MAGA guy that shot our MAGA activist, Charlie Kirk, which was stupid, and the timing of it was in very bad taste. But people have said worse. So I think it was a publicity stunt, fake censorship. They've made him a victim, right? They've made him a victim. And now liberals are going to tune in and watch the show. And he very well may have the highest ratings he's had in a long time. Now that's, 2 times 0 is still 0. So however high his ratings are, it's not going to be anything right. These aren't going to be Johnny Carson or Jay Leno ratings from the old days, okay? He'll have better ratings than he did, and he'll have a run. But after a while, he's still going to have to produce something that's funny, and he's not really good at that. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Is the Jimmy Kimmel story, is it real? Is it a fake scandal? What are your thoughts on it? And I got a lot of other things we're going to cover on the program, too. Colbert won an Emmy. Would Colbert have won the Emmy if it were not for them firing him? Right? I bet you he would not have. And, television's in big trouble. There are YouTube shows that are being nominated for Emmys now. Did you know that? And a whole bunch of you watch me on television. I don't expect to get nominated for an Emmy, although I'm deserving of some awards. I think I should get some awards. My award is you guys. But yeah, YouTube shows are now going to be in Emmy categories. Isn't that something? So old-fashioned television, I expect to see a lot of desperate actions for them to try to remain relevant. All right, let's take some calls. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. The number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're watching. The number is pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Ridgecrest, California.
All right, California.
Yeah, so what's funny is they try to, when they canceled the Jimmy Kimmel show, right, what they said about free speech, but do they remember when they canceled Trump off Twitter and Elon Musk and when they fired Tucker Carlson?
Exactly.
So
yeah, they're really not. The left really aren't against censorship and book burning. They just want to burn the books and censor the things they don't like. That's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I just kind of want to put that out there because a lot of people forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call from California early in the morning. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Roseanne was taken off the air on her own show by the Obamas personally. Michelle Obama made a phone call to the head of ABC at the time, who was a friend of hers, and got Roseanne removed. Right? So there you have it. So the left have always been the book burners, and they are the book burners now. But this is, I really do believe that this is a publicity stunt. Now, those of you that watch me on the live stream with the green behind me, if you want to see and hear all the audio sound bites and videos and things I play, you have to go to my main stream, where the main stream and the main chat are, and that's where you can see and hear all the videos. And the direct link to that stream's in the description of the video. All right, here's CNN reporting. Listen.
And good evening, I'm Erin Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. Jimmy Kimmel returning to ABC in just about 24 hours, once again set to host his late-night show, Jimmy Kimmel Live. It's only been about 1 week. Can you believe it was only a week ago? What a week it has been since ABC suddenly pulled his program because of comments Kimmel made after the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Well, wait a minute. His program wasn't pulled. He basically had a 4-day weekend, right? He did his show on Wednesday. He wasn't on the air Thursday. He wasn't on the air Friday. He already has Saturday and Sunday off, and he wasn't on the air on Monday. So he just basically had a long weekend. He wasn't pulled off the air. He had a couple days off. And I saw Jimmy Kimmel. He was driving to and from his agent's office or lawyer's office, whichever one it was, conveniently in a car with no tint on the window so the photographers could get good photographs of him. How nice. How'd they all know he was going to his attorney's office, huh? And he didn't look worried at all, did he? Did he look like he had to worry of the world, Jimmy Kimmel? Nah. Back to CNN.
ABC parent company Disney, in a statement tonight, writing, and I quote, "Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production of the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We've spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy. And after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday."
To return the show on Tuesday, as if they had always planned on it returning. They just weren't sure what day. So we decided Tuesday'd be the day he comes back.
Now, the statement's important, not just because of the incredible speed with which all of this played out, but also because nowhere in there did ABC even try to put a fig leaf on this, with any attempt to say that this was a business decision. They didn't try to do that. They didn't try to blame the ratings, because everyone could plainly see what it was and that it was not about the ratings. But the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, ready to weigh in, is still trying to say that the sky is green, saying this even today.
Okay, before we get to Brendan Carr didn't take any action against ABC. He talked. He did some interviews. Benny Johnson, Jesse Waters, probably some other ones. I don't know which one they're going to show here. We'll find out in a moment. He just talked on interviews. He didn't actually take him off the air.
Jimmy Kimmel is in the situation that he's in because of his ratings, not because of anything that's happened at the federal government level.
Yeah, exactly. What action was taken by the federal government in this? Nothing. Just the president and Carr here giving their opinions that he has a lowly rated show. That's it.
What about we can do this the easy or the hard way? Well, obviously, Carr took his cue and his talking point from his boss.
I think Jimmy Kimmel's terrible. You know what suspended him? His talent. You know what else is really what? Take a look at this guy, his ratings. That's what got Jimmy Kimmel out. He was terrible.
Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else.
See, there you have it. The president of the United States is promoting his show twice, right? Come on. President Trump and Carr, they were like almost like spokespeople. Jimmy Kimmel owes them money. He should be paying them for that free publicity. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Lou in Western Pennsylvania, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Western Pennsylvania?
All right. Good to speak with you. This whole Jimmy Kimmel thing reminds me of the Frank Sinatra Jr. hoax of about 40, 50 years ago.
You're talking about the kidnapping?
Yes, the kidnapping. Same kind of thing. It was just a publicity stunt. And the other thing I just want to mention, when we sadly lost Charlie Kirk, 1,000 new Charlies were born, because whenever you have to go to violence, you lose big.
Oh, I think 100 million new Charlies were born. And, the thing about Jimmy Kimmel, it seems to me that his monologues basically are attacking MAGA people every night, right? So
every night.
So after an assassination of the number 2 person in the MAGA movement, it's probably a good idea to take a couple days off, right?
It definitely looks like a setup.
Yeah, publicity stunt. All right, Western Pennsylvania, thanks for calling.
All right, thanks, Brian.
All right, bye. Those of you that are new to the program, my name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk, and this is the only show anywhere that takes live and screenless calls, all right? And we take calls from all viewpoints. All right, back to CNN's pathetic coverage. I don't know. I don't think CNN's smart enough to understand what happened here. I don't think their brains are quite sharp enough.
ABC's not even trying to say that's the case. And that is, I think you got to say this, because ABC has the good sense enough, the class enough, you can decide what word you'd like to use to know that Americans are not stupid enough to believe that ratings cause the network to suddenly yank their star, Kimmel's show.
See, CNN wants to establish that ratings have nothing to do with the popularity or success of a show because they're so lowly rated.
Just hours after Brendan Carr said this.
frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
That's just Brendan Carr on an interview. Not taking any action, just on an interview.
Again, no point in fig leafing that. And when he talks about additional work for the FCC, just worth reminding that Carr is the one, as chairman of the FCC, who has the power to approve a $6 billion television merger, which includes dozens of ABC affiliates.
Well, is that in jeopardy? Have they not approved it? I missed that in the news. I know they keep saying that. There must be something that about this merger that maybe should be looked at, and it should not be approved. So they're getting this narrative going that, well, if it's not approved, it's government censorship. Come on. We're being so manipulated. The main purpose of the news is to manipulate the public into certain directions to benefit the corporation that owns that media outlet. All right, our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. If you're watching live, the number to call in is pinned in the live chat. You're on the air. Well, no, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm a Tim Nigger.
All right, there you go. There you have it. I tell you. What do you expect this early hour of the morning, I guess, out on the West Coast? Now, we got a lot of other things I'm going to cover today. At the top of the hour when we start on the radio, I'm going to do a little recap on Jimmy Kimmel, but we got a lot of other things to cover too. One thing about, I'm not going to spend all day talking about Down syndrome and Tylenol, because I think everything was kind of said, and it's kind of, what am I going to say? Sit here and take calls from people that have children that are suffering from Down? That doesn't sound very interesting to me. It's a good thing what President Trump did. I mean, it was a very important thing. And this is what about President Trump and what he did yesterday is so amazing and so important. What President Trump did, he's the first president of the United States to take on one of the biggest donors. And that, of course, is what? The pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceuticals should not be able to advertise because they've used that advertising to do, just terrible things, incredibly terrible things, because the media won't report on anything that they're doing. That's wrong because they are in bed with them. And you're not ever going to get a real story from the media that involves the pharmaceuticals. And the reason you're not is because that they own the media with humongous ad buys. So you're never going. Everybody knows this. I mean, that's a big problem. Pharmaceuticals should be banned from doing advertising like that. Okay, they should just be banned because that influence. It's been going on so long. The media don't have to be told not to cover these stories. They just don't do it. They just don't cover. They just know. It's one of those things they don't have to say out loud. But what President Trump did yesterday, it wasn't just take on the pharmaceuticals. He took on one of the biggest members of the donor class. And this is one of the things that's so important and so unique about President Trump. I was talking about this yesterday. I covered the press conference on the program here. And before the president came out, I was talking on the program about this. And what I had said was this, that he is the first president in any of our lifetimes, and maybe ever really, but certainly and I can only go by the presidents of my lifetime. And I counted on my hand. I think there's been 10 presidents since I've been alive, right? Richard Nixon was president when I was born. What number president was Richard Nixon? Does anyone know offhand? And, with those 10 presidents, can you think of any of those presidents that's put the American people ahead of the donors? When you look at all the presidents, okay, all the presidents other than Trump, this is how it works when they have two terms. It's the same for all of them in the first term, but then the second term it turns. In the first term, from the moment they wake up the next day at the White House, their main concern is having a second term. In fact, it probably even starts in their president-elect period, right? But as soon as they win their first election, presidents become obsessed with winning a second term. So to do that, they're in bed with the donors. And they have to do whatever the donors want so they can get that second term. Then they get the second term, if they do, right? A lot of them do, some of them don't. So in the second term, what are they concerned with more than anything? Now, generally speaking, people will say their legacy. They want to have a legacy. That's crap. What they're concerned about is one thing and one thing only. Making themselves rich beyond imagination, so when they're out of office, they can live like a president. They can live like a king and not have to work or worry about money ever again. So in the second term, except Trump, because he's a billionaire already, all they do, that's when they're really bending over backwards for the donors, so that they set them up for the rest of their lives with something like the Clinton Foundation or this scam of the Obama Presidential Library that's, will never be done. That's what they do. And so they never are there to do anything to help the people, any of them. And that goes for Ronald Reagan too, by the way, at this level. So what President Trump did yesterday with Tylenol is something that has never been done before. And, the Tylenol people and the donor class, it's not going after one donor, right? The donor class is a group. If you go after one of them like this, they're all going to cut you off. But Trump doesn't care, because Trump, it's not just that he's rich and he doesn't need all of their money like a lot of these others need, okay? His support comes from the grassroots level, not the donor class. All right, well, let's take some calls. This is the pre-show before we go on the radio.
Let's take some calls.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Before we go on,
this is the best show. This is the best show anywhere I'm listening to.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Before we go.
That's my favorite show, although we're on delay, so we can't tune in right now. We'll have to catch it live. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mike from Ohio.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
Hey, I was wondering, by the way, first-time caller.
Welcome.
You showed up on my YouTube for some reason, algorithm here about a week ago.
Uh-huh.
Anyway,
Welcome.
I was wondering if I could go back with a Charlie Kirk thing.
Sure.
That I haven't been resolved in my brain yet.
Uh-huh.
Okay? The video of the guy coming off of the roof, okay? I'm wondering about that. Where is the rifle when he is dropping down off of that roof? Was it a broke down rifle? Because he was not carrying a rifle. What news has come out about that?
Well, there really hasn't been news. There hasn't been news. There's been people talking that he broke the rifle down and it was in his backpack. So
because they did find a screwdriver, I guess, up there.
Yeah, so that's what it appears to be. But like I said, we haven't had Kash Patel hasn't had a detailed press conference where he went through everything because they're still investigating. It came out yesterday from Kash Patel that they're investigating everyone that went to the apartment that him and his transgender boyfriend lived in. So there's a very wide investigation going on. So I guess that's why they haven't done it. But they haven't officially said in a press conference that he had that he broke down the rifle and it was in his backpack. That's just what people have been saying, and that makes sense to me. I can buy that because of the screwdriver.
Yeah.
Why else have the screwdriver?
But I mean, I had not got in. I've been kind of loosely following, but I had not heard anything.
And we
about that.
And we saw the video of him walking from a camera on someone's house, and he obviously had the rifle put together in his pants leg because he was walking funny. So it's not like he put the rifle together. He had the rifle together when he went up on the building, and he broke it down and left with it. Then they say he dumped it in the woods. And that doesn't mean he broke the whole thing down. That he just had to break enough of it down so he could fit it in his backpack.
Yeah. Okay. And by the way, just one extra little thing. Yes, don't like Jimmy Kimmel at all. So
no. Where in Ohio are you from?
Watch him.
Where in Ohio are you from?
Pardon?
Where in Ohio are you?
Columbus.
That's my hometown. Columbus, Ohio is my hometown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard yesterday, I think you said your dad was a policeman there for a long time.
My grandfather was a policeman, and he for 35 years, and he was stationed. He had a pretty cushy job. He was stationed in Upper Arlington. He was with the Columbus Police Department on the Scioto River. He had a police boat and everything. He used to drag bodies out of the river and everything. All that. Remember, they got a waterfall there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where his police station was.
Griggs Dam, maybe?
Yep, Griggs Dam. That's correct. I'd forgotten that name, but now that you said it, I remember. I was a kid when I lived there. I'm in Florida now. That's right. Yeah, my hometown. Upper Arlington, where Jack Nicklaus lived. That's right. All right.
Go Bucks.
Take care. Appreciate the call.
All right.
All right. It's nice to hear people from Columbus call in. That's right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Caleb from Georgia. How you doing?
All right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
Give me 1 second. You're talking twice right now.
Yeah, there's a delay on whatever device. You got to turn down the volume of whatever you're listening to me.
Yeah. Forgive me, I'm a little slow. I haven't been able to get sleep tonight, so it's still nighttime for me.
Okay.
Good morning. Hope you're doing well this morning.
Absolutely.
I'm a Republican, and I guess I'm a little confused because I pulled you up on YouTube and I saw, I don't remember exactly what it said, something along the lines of that the Jimmy Kimmel thing was a hoax. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I opened up the show talking about this. A publicity stunt.
So I guess what I'm confused about on that is, Brendan Carr, he came out and he said something along the lines of, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, in reference to getting a show taken off the air.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw Donald Trump post on Truth saying that he's coming after multiple other talk show hosts. And,
well, what action? Then think about this. Okay. Everything you said, President Trump didn't say he was going after, but he was talking about Jimmy Kimmel's. But Brendan Carr, right, the head of the FCC, what action did he take that had Jimmy Kimmel off the air for 3 nights?
He said we could do this.
No, hold on. He said he did. No. He did a couple interviews, right? He did an interview with Benny Johnson. He did an interview with Jesse Waters, and then he did an interview with some forum somewhere that was online. Other than do interviews and talk, what action did he take with the FCC that got Jimmy Kimmel off the air for 3 nights?
I mean, his words have power.
No.
I mean, if people in position of power, and especially the leader of the FCC, come out and threaten,
then what action did he take that got him back on the air tonight?
Well, they threatened Disney after the fact too, didn't they?
No, they did. And in fact, President Trump and the FCC took 0 action. Do you know who took Jimmy Kimmel off the air for 3 nights?
ABC and Disney did, yeah.
Correct. Do you know why they did it?
Because they were scared of the government?
No.
And government?
In broadcasting, Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue, from what what everyone's reporting, is basically a hate Trump, hate MAGA monologue every night, right? And pretty hardcore. When you have the number 2 person in the MAGA movement brutally assassinated on video, broadcast around the world, and in a graphic scene that I wish I would not have seen, because it's too bad. No one should watch that. If you've not seen it already, don't watch it. When someone's whole program is attacking those people, it's a good idea to take a couple nights off if you can. And it's very. I'll tell you, on this program, when I was first starting out with Steve Kane, we got into some trouble during a hurricane. There was in the early 90s, there was a major hurricane that hit Miami, Hurricane Andrew, and we were on the air. And Steve made an executive decision, which I warned him about. And we got attacked in the media so bad, we got in some trouble. During the hurricane, which was devastating, Hurricane Andrew, it was a brutal hurricane that hit Miami. And we're on the radio in Miami. We were running commercials during the hurricane. The front page of the newspapers wrote about this. You guys can Google all this. We were running commercials for hurricane shutter companies, and also doing live commercials. And Steve did live commercials for a funeral home while a deadly hurricane was hitting us, right? And you're not supposed to do that. And I warned him, but he overruled me, and we got attacked. It was in bad taste to do that. You don't, there's people are dying and losing their homes. You're not doing commercials for funeral homes, and you're not. And after 9/11, there were no commercials anywhere about airline travel for quite a while, right? So when certain tragedies happen in broadcasting, there's certain things you don't do. So ABC, they made a decision on their own. There was zero government intervention, just a couple of interviews, but no action by the government whatsoever.
Now, I totally hear what you're saying, that there wasn't government intervention, and that, the 24-hour news cycle is generally not a good thing, whether it's MSNBC, ABC, or Fox News, none of it really works to our benefit. They're always poking at each other, kind of yelling at each other and saying pretty inflammatory things. I mean, this whole thing going on Facebook right now about one of our guys saying something about euthanizing the homeless, at the same time. So I hear you on that. It's getting old. I don't know. The whole thing's freedom of speech on our side, and it seems to not matter.
But but hold on a second. But President Trump and the FCC, the media and the left have crafted a fake narrative, total fake news. But the FCC
Obama
took
anything like that, we'd be up in arms.
Obama took excuse me, no, that's not true. Obama took Roseanne Barr off the air, off her own show. She posted a meme about Valerie Jarrett. People said it was racist. Barack and Michelle Obama personally picked up the phone and called the president of ABC and got her fired from her own show, Roseanne. Yeah.
I've never heard nothing about that.
Yeah, you never heard nothing about it. Well, go Google it. You'll see. It's true. It happened. This was in Obama's second term. So it was, or it was right after Trump got elected the first time. He wasn't even president then, and they got her taken off, but they still had juice. So there was no government action taken. A couple of interviews.
I guess, I've been listening to you for a long time, but, I guess since the Epstein stuff with Trump.
Of course, it's always back to the Epstein. Well, we're not talking about that. It's always back to that with these guys, isn't it? That guy was as MAGA as Jimmy Kimmel, which I knew from the beginning. We're going to be live on the air, on the radio, in just a moment or two. Okay. And I want to remind you that the expansion of the show is brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. You got to go to MyPillow.com. Use our promo code Kane at checkout at MyPillow.com and take advantage of huge savings to let him know that his support of the extra hour of the program, as well as the afternoon show and the weekends and everything, is worth his investment. I want to play a quick commercial, and we'll be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queens $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
All right, so we'll be live on the radio. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to not take any calls, so we're back on the radio. And we're going to be on the radio in about 45 seconds. So I'm going to do an open, set the stage, and then we'll get back to the call. So if you'd like to call in, the number is toll-free. It's pinned in the live chat, 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. The next couple of days, I may not, I don't think I'm going to announce that. In this new era, I don't need to announce where I'm going to be, do I? No. I was going to tell you something I'm doing tomorrow, but I'll wait until after to let you know. All right, we got about 10 seconds. If you're on hold, hang in there. We're in a new place. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. It is Tuesday already. Welcome. We got a lot to cover on the program, and if you're on hold, stand by. We'll get to the calls in just a moment. I'm going to open up talking about the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Jimmy Kimmel's coming back to TV tonight, and I'm here to tell you this is one of the biggest hoaxes I've ever seen in television, at least in a long time. This is a complete hoax that Jimmy Kimmel was censored, all right? Jimmy Kimmel, there's a new marketing strategy. This is the second time it's been used in the last few weeks, and I've come up with the name of this marketing strategy. In fact, maybe I should brand this and trademark this. I'm calling it the Cracker Barrel strategy. The Cracker Barrel strategy. And if you remember, a few weeks back, everyone, including me, we were talking about Cracker Barrel. They were taking the cracker out of the barrel, right? They were going all woke. They were remodeling their wet restaurants. They took the old man off the sign. The inside was remodeled in generic. And a national outrage occurred. And then, I don't know, just a couple of days into it, I think it was on a Tuesday, like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, just a couple days into it, the company reversed everything. In fact, the restaurants they remodeled, they put the old signs back, and they're converting them back to their original state. And I didn't realize it until it was over. And I did talk about this when it was over. That was fake outrage. Cracker Barrel they were the first to do this. It was successful, and it was probably risky because they didn't know it was going to be successful. They took a very risky marketing strategy that some genius came up with, and they got their company back. And Jimmy Kimmel and ABC just redid it. And I'm here to tell you, and maybe I'm the only one that's telling you, that this is what happened. Cracker Barrel did not remodel that many of their restaurants. At the most, maybe 4-ish. They remodeled one in Orlando. And the remodeling, to call it a remodeling, they changed the sign. And the inside was they took everything down and painted some walls. It was very sparse. It was really the cheapest remodeling. Even to call it remodeling is an exaggeration. And but see, here's the deal. Remember I was talking yesterday, I'm going back to church this week, and I stopped going to church during the lockdown shutdown period, and I never got back in the habit. I'm going back this week with my daughter and my wife, and I'm planning on making church a regularly weekly thing, if not more than once a week, starting this week. I got out of the habit. Well, the shutdowns got people, in many instances, from going into restaurants and sitting down and having a meal. Now, restaurants are still doing well for the most part, but it's a takeout business. DoorDash and Uber Eats, right? It's the way it is. And the sit down inside a restaurant is not what it used to be. And some restaurants are doing more business than ever, more than they can handle. But some restaurants, in particular, Cracker Barrel, is not a DoorDash, Uber Eats kind of location. It's really designed as in most instances, a Cracker Barrel is a rest stop off the highway. You're on a drive, you stop in, and you have a meal and take a rest break from the road. That's what they are. In fact, Cracker Barrel allows RVers to spend the night in their parking lots, right? It's a rest stop. But the dine-in business has dried up, and they were in a lot of trouble. They came up with this fake woke scandal, and people that are conservative now are going out of the way to go to Cracker Barrel. Well, that's what's happened with Jimmy Kimmel. They will tell you all day that the FCC and President Trump intervened. What action did Carr or Trump take against ABC? Other than Carr did 3 interviews. He did an interview with Benny Johnson, Jesse Waters, and a panel discussion on a stage somewhere, which I don't know where that forum was, but it was online. President Trump was asked about it 2 or 3 times and responded with strong opinions, but the FCC and President Trump took 0 action to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. He missed Thursday and Friday and Monday, and he's going to be back tonight. And what has happened? This is the Cracker Barrel marketing strategy. Now, like Cracker Barrel's so popular with conservatives, people are going on the weekends after church. People are going Friday nights. Now, they haven't been to Cracker Barrel in years. They're back. And they're buying stuff in the stores, too. Oh, yeah, and they're keeping the rocking chairs out there, which you can purchase. Jimmy Kimmel has built, because they built up a loyal customer base of MAGA people because they reversed the wokeness. Notice they didn't fire that woke CEO. She's still running the joint. So that woke CEO was behind all of this. If they really reversed everything, they would have gotten rid of her, but they didn't, did they? No. Cracker Barrel. So there was Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue is almost 100% anti-MAGA. There was a national tragedy. The number 2 MAGA person was brutally assassinated with a gruesome video that's gone viral online, sadly. And it made sense for him to take a couple of days off the air. When there's tragedies, programming changes. Remember after 9/11, they didn't air the Emmys? The Emmys were not long after 9/11. They didn't air the Emmys because it was in bad taste to go and celebrate after the tragedy had happened. I was talking to a caller earlier. After 9/11, you didn't run airline commercials for a long time. Steve and I got into some hot water over something we did during a tragedy. It was Steve's call, not mine, but I've talked about it many times over the years. But when there's a tragedy where there's death and people are mourning, you do things differently. After 9/11, do you know we did something for a month on this program after 9/11 that I'm not going to get into it right now. Maybe I will later when Steve's here. But we made some changes on this program after 9/11. But when you have a guy whose number 1 monologue go-to jokes involve attacking the MAGA movement, when the number 2 leader in the movement is brutally assassinated, it makes sense to take off a couple days. And they've created this fake censorship thing. Jimmy Kimmel was not censored by the FCC or President Trump. Tell me, other than voicing opinions when asked in interviews, what action did Carr at the FCC take using the power that he has at the FCC towards ABC and Jimmy Kimmel? And if he took some action, he must have taken some action to reverse that action to get him back on the air tonight. And you know what the answer to that is? Nothing. Now, here's the other part. If you're on hold, hang in there. I'll take calls after the first break. Here's the other thing. All right. So Sinclair is not going to air the show tonight, Jimmy Kimmel. Sinclair, there were 2 companies that own affiliates that were in the news last week not carrying Jimmy Kimmel. The larger was the tenant. Sinclair is the smaller of the 2. They don't have that many ABC affiliates. They own a lot of TV stations that are affiliated with other networks. And most of their affiliates are in medium and small markets, okay? I pulled this up. This is just, I can't find it now. I lost it. Okay. They're in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Portland, but a lot of smaller markets like Roanoke, okay? Not New York, not Miami, not Chicago, not major markets, small and medium-sized markets. But here's the thing. In these Sinclair markets that they're not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel tonight, are they going to carry him tomorrow night? Are they going to carry him next week? But is he really off the air in these Sinclair markets? And this is what I mean by that. Do you watch any broadcast network shows? I'm not talking about the news. When it comes to television, okay, when it comes to television, there's only a handful of things I watch that are on broadcast television, okay? I watch scripted dramas. I watch the FBI and the FBI's Most Wanted. I don't watch those on the television station. I watch them on the network app. I think they're on the Paramount Plus app, right? I have the Paramount Plus app. And I watch them there. I haven't watched them on broadcast television ever. Another show I like is Chicago PD. I have the NBC app. I watch it on the NBC app. I don't watch it on the local NBC affiliate. The only things I watch that are actually on television, and they're not broadcast, they're cable. If I'm going to watch the news because something's happening, I'll turn on the cable and watch Fox or flip around on CNN or something. And on the weekends, on Sundays in particular, but my wife and I, on Sundays, we put QVC on because it's calm and relaxing. In the Kitchen with David, it's relaxing. So we have that on in the background a lot on Sundays, and we watch that on TV, on cable. But everything else we watch on the app. So what I'm asking you is this. So Sinclair, which is the smaller of the two companies, they're in medium and small markets. Is Jimmy Kimmel really off the air in those markets? Or can you still pick him up on the ABC app or Hulu the next day, right? Exactly. So is he really off the air even in those small markets? No. Oh, no, you can't get it there. Yeah, how many people got a VPN hooked up to their TV so they can get Netflix in Europe, right? That's, come on, right? This is a publicity stunt. It's a very good publicity stunt. It's the second time it's been done. Cracker Barrel's the model. They did it again. Somebody else will probably try it again soon because it's been so successful. And no one gets this. Jack Posobiec said they created this scandal to take Charlie Kirk off the news. No, they didn't, because they did this because his ratings were tanking. He was nervous, Jimmy Kimmel, because of what just happened with Colbert. Notice Colbert, after he got fired, just got an Emmy. Guy gets fired, he gets an Emmy. Would he have gotten the Emmy if he didn't get fired? Probably not. This is something that Jimmy Kimmel, his agents, and ABC came up with. And it made sense to take him off the air for a few nights since he's bashing MAGA so much after this assassination. And now he's going to come back tonight, and he, like the Cracker Barrel's a big fan of MAGA people now. Conservatives are going back in droves. Liberals are going to be tuning in to Jimmy Kimmel like they never have. And so far as these small and medium markets, people love to watch what they don't have access to. How many people are going to download the ABC app or get the Disney Plus Hulu package so that they can watch Jimmy Kimmel on Hulu? The Disney app is with Hulu now, of course. Carr and Trump did nothing to ABC to take them off the air or get them back on. We're being duped. This is a major publicity stunt, that's all, and incredibly successful. And I think I'm the only one that's calling it out properly. All right, you callers on hold, you hang in there. We'll take some calls after the break. But first, I want to ask you this. Do you or someone you know have neuropathy? Oh, man, neuropathy is rough. If you do or have a loved one who does, you want to call Lighthouse Medical. I'm going to give you the number in a minute, so grab something to write with. The symptoms of neuropathy are god-awful. Numbness, pain, burning, tingling in the hands and feet, muscle weakness, loss of balance, falling down all the time, the feeling of pins and needles in the hand and feet, no feeling at all. Oh, man, it makes life really difficult. You become bedridden overnight. If you have any of these symptoms, you may have neuropathy and don't know it. You want to give Lighthouse Medical a call, too, because they'll check you out and find out if you have neuropathy. Lighthouse Medical have a treatment for neuropathy that works and lasts. Steve had all these symptoms, and he had them bad. And he went to Lighthouse Medical. They treated him for his neuropathy. His symptoms gone. He had immediate relief the next day. His symptoms are gone, and we're now over 3 years later, and they have not returned. Give them a call. Now, remember, if you're here local, great, go in person. But if you can't make it in person, no matter where you're located, maybe you're local and you're homebound, maybe you're in another state or another part of Florida, no matter where you are located in the world, Lighthouse Medical can help you with your neuropathy over the phone. Give them a call. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. That's 754-222-6642. And online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. We'll be right back. What do you got? If you're on hold, stand by. What do you guys think about my Jimmy Kimmel theory? What do you guys think? Publicity stunt, yes or no? How could you think it was anything other than a publicity stunt after I've explained it to you? You know, the caller that I talked to before the break, when I asked him to tell me the action that Carr took, I don't think he even considered it before. I think he was kind of at a loss when I said that. It's a pretty brilliant it's such a great strategy. No one's figured it out. You know, Jack Prosobic says it was to get Charlie Kirk. He's just in this Charlie Kirk world right now. So to him, that's everything is going back to that. But no. Nope, it wasn't that. You know, when there's a tragedy like that, you want to take the person off the air. You know, after that assassination, you can't have Jimmy Kimmel go out there bashing MAGA until the incident blows over, right? Like what we did after 9/11, okay, is we didn't take our regular commercial breaks for a month. And what we did at the top and bottom, at the twice an hour, we announced what we were doing, and we thanked all of our sponsors by name for supporting the program. It was either once or twice an hour. It's been a long time since 9/11, so I can't remember. But we didn't do our regular commercial breaks, recorded or live, for a month, because it was a national tragedy and we didn't feel right doing the regular commercials. And that was a decision that we in the radio station made for a month. You know, and it's like I told you, after 9/11 or a plane crash in general, you don't run airline commercials. It's in bad taste, right? I mean, these are just rules. And when there's when President Trump was shot in Butler, that was in July. I betcha that Jimmy Kimmel was on hiatus because it was the summertime. And there might have been a similar thing happening if he was on the air, if it happened while he was on the air doing his regular nightly show. In July, aren't they on reruns in July? I don't know for sure. It would not surprise me. But President Trump didn't die, right? So there's a difference. And what happened with Jimmy was, with Jimmy Kimmel here, was after this just god-awful gore fest that was going on online. Pretty freaky. And, these narcissists, these Hollywood people like Jimmy Kimmel, they think the whole world revolves around them. They're narcissists. So he thought that he was going to that he might get blamed for riling people up, because remember when President Trump was shot, the crowd immediately turned back to the media and said, "You did this. This is your fault. You did this." Remember? We'll be back in about a minute. And that's where Jimmy Kimmel's mind was at. I'm going to bring that up when we get back on the radio. If you're on hold, stand by. If you'd like to call in, please do. The number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening to the program. And if you guys could take the link and share on your socials and invite your friends, that would be spectacular. We're going to be back in 30 seconds. And I will take some calls. All right. 20 seconds, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number's toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. We're talking about the great publicity stunt hoax that no one's picked up on but me. You know, Jimmy Kimmel, you gotta understand, this guy, Jimmy Kimmel, like all these Hollywood people, is a complete narcissist. And when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, since the whole world revolves around Jimmy Kimmel, he and his people were afraid he'd start to get blamed for his nightly MAGA rants for years on his program. Right? He didn't want to get blamed, so they took him off the air for 3 nights. Whoop-de-doo. And they came up with this great excuse to make it sound as if it was censorship, not what it really was. And everyone has fallen for it. All right, that's what we're talking about. Our number is toll-free, 888-465-2631. And remember, when President Trump was shot in Butler, which was in July, so it was the summer, and my guess would be, I don't know, was Jimmy Kimmel on hiatus and reruns then? It was the summer? I don't know. But if you remember the crowd in Butler, after the president was taken away, they turned around and looked at the media in the press box and started giving them the finger and said, "You did this. This is your fault." They were immediately blaming the media. The people in the audience in Butler, they were blaming the media for President Trump getting shot. And after Charlie Kirk's assassination, I promise you, this narcissistic Jimmy Kimmel, like all the Hollywood people, thought he was going to be blamed for it. And they were probably very worried. Oh, man, they're going to blame. How am I going to go on the air tonight and do my normal thing? Oh, hey, we got an idea. This Cracker Barrel thing. Let's do that. And boom, it worked. All right, let's go. Oh, wrong line. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air once, twice. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
So I need to know why you're coming up with this psychotic theory about Jimmy Kimmel.
Your cell phone is cutting in and out. I'll give it a second. You say I'm coming up with a theory that what about Kimmel?
Jimmy Kimmel is faking all of this.
Well, yeah, it's a publicity stunt. Where am I wrong? Break down the fallacy of my argument.
Well, Donald Trump already called for Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers to be next.
Well, okay, slow down. He talked about President Trump. Okay, yeah, I'm here. Are you? I don't think so. You're not thinking clearly.
I'm talking too fast.
President Trump was talking about the ratings. He said Jimmy Kimmel's ratings are in the toilet, and he said the others are too. Tell me what action President Trump or Carr at the FCC took from the federal government to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air.
Pressure to networks and licensing agreements.
What pressure? What action did they take? I'll pull the story up right now. What action did Trump?
Carr said they could do it the easy way or the hard way.
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
Well, okay. So what action did Carr take? Official action with the FCC that got him taken off the air. Oh, okay. So what pressure did they relieve that has him back on the air tonight? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel completely stupid? You can't think. It just occurred to you. It just occurred to you that Carr and Trump didn't take any action, and you're like, what? What do I say now? That's not the talking point. Rachel Maddow said this thing. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Once, twice. See, you know what's happened? You know what's happened is, I've taken these talking points become a reality to the left. Right? It's always been this way. It just, the talking points change with the news cycles. They believe that their talking points are a reality. And when you have a conversation with a liberal about their talking points, it falls apart so quick, they don't know what to do. And that's what's happening here. Oh, see what I mean? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Once, twice. See what I mean? They can't even participate now. But you know what? It's time to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. Holy smokes. You know, Friendly Tire in Margate has the lowest prices on new tires you'll find anywhere. As low as $75 a tire out the door and on the road. I've been buying tires there for about 20 years. He has all the name brands you know and love. One of my cars, I have run flats on. If you've got run flats, the lowest prices on run flats you'll find anywhere. If you have a Tesla, he has the special tools for the Tesla tires and the lowest price on those tires as well. And when I say as low as $75 out the door and on the road, those are for common tires on some of the most common vehicles on the road. Friendly Tire, the price that Mike gives you over the phone includes everything. He doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or dispose of your old tire. He has thousands of excellent used tires in stock at even lower prices, and he also does tire repairs. Give him a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone, 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
All right, we are back, guys. We're in a break here on the radio. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. You know, the thing with the talking points, you got to love it with the talking points. They feed liberals, they get fed these talking points, and they don't think beyond them. And then what do you find? What do you find? They got nothing to say after. They've got nothing to say after. They need to give them the talking points and then at least a couple more sentences so that they can hang in there and not have everything fall apart so quickly. Okay, I'm going to move on to some other topics, but you're all welcome to call in about Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, boy. I love it. I love it. Maybe I'll pull up. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I want to go over that next. Yeah, I got that one. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll take some calls when we get back. Okay. We'll be back in about a minute. Maybe a little longer. Hold on. If you're on hold, hang in there. Less than a minute, we'll be back. I had to get the cats. Just over 30 seconds, we'll be back. MAGA on MAGA crime. Where is that, Andrew? I missed that. MAGA on MAGA crime. That's a new one. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. Our liberals in the audience are already losing their minds. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yes.
And I have a question. I'm a MAGA person, but I have a question. I was watching True Life News. It's a conservative news show on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
And they said that the person that was shooting at the ABC studio or building, that he was arrested, but they did not give...
You're talking about the guy that shot up the ABC News affiliate in California?
Correct.
Yeah, he was a liberal. They arrested him and released him. They didn't hold him. He shot up an ABC affiliate in protest of the Jimmy Kimmel being off the air a couple nights, and they let him go. That's correct. They did not hold him.
Oh.
Now, that's a true story. Yeah.
I was wondering if he was a transgender or
well, he may be, but he's definitely a leftist. More dim violence, more liberal violence. All right, I mean that's just the way it is. I mean these are dangerous people. The left always turned to violence, but he was very very vocal anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My other question was this: they have now stated on this conservative news show that the last 10 shootings.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Sounds like they got to you. All right. Appreciate the call. All right. Yeah, let me pull this up. Look at this. They let this guy go. This is the ABC affiliate shooter. The ABC affiliate shooter, again, he shot up a ABC affiliate station in Sacramento, California, in protest of Jimmy Kimmel having a long weekend, which in this planned publicity stunt. The ABC affiliate shooter left a handwritten note in his car referencing Charlie Kirk and threatening Trump administration officials. He was still released on bond over the weekend. Can you imagine? The handwritten note said, for hiding Epstein and ignoring red flags, do not support Patel, Bongino, or AG Pam Bondi. They're next, he wrote. And then he shot up the ABC station. He was arrested and charged on Saturday for shooting into the studio of an ABC affiliate on Friday evening. Gateway Pundit previously reported gunshots were fired at an ABC affiliate station in Sacramento, California on Friday afternoon after Jimmy Kimmel's show was suspended. According to police, a vehicle pulled up to the station. A suspect fired 3 gunshots into the window. There was one person in the lobby at the time of the shooting, but no one was struck. Police arrested the 64-year-old man, a rabid Trump hater, charged him with 3 felonies. Federal authorities arrested him on Sunday shortly after he was released on bond. So the California officials let him go, and the feds picked him up because of the threats on the Trump administration officials. More lib violence. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mike, Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a liberal, and mainly what I wanted to call and say is that as a liberal, I don't agree with any of the shootings, the ABC stuff, the Charlie Kirk stuff, and I do think the Jimmy Kimmel stuff is pretty weird.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, not all liberals want to just run talking points or are violent, because I'm definitely not, And, I just wanted to say that, man, because I think, honestly, we all need to be able to have a conversation, talk, and be good to each other.
Well, let me ask you. Okay, no, that's true. But here's my question to you. All right, so you acknowledge that the Democrats are doing terrible things, right? A liberal shot up the ABC affiliate. A liberal killed Charlie Kirk. All these things. Why would you still call yourself a liberal when the political movement you're affiliated with is killing people, shooting people, and doing these terrible things?
I don't know that I would necessarily call myself a liberal.
You said you were a liberal.
I'd say I'm a little more middle, because I don't agree with everything on the liberal side. I think a lot of times people, they hear the loudest people. They hear the far
what do you not like about Trump?
want.
What do you not like about Trump and his agenda and his second term?
I just think he talks too much. I wish he would just mellow out a little bit. I don't hate the guy.
Well, that's a personality trait.
Don't.
What is a policy of his in his second term that you don't like, that you don't support?
Oh man, I would say the ICE stuff.
What do you mean the ICE stuff? What's the ICE stuff?
Well, it just seems a bit over the top. I wish, obviously, there's been deportations with prior presidents. I just don't like the way it's so sensationalized and talked about. It's almost like it's just in our face. You know what I mean?
I don't know I don't know what you mean. You're talking about the deportations of the illegals?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying they're not illegal. I'm not saying that at all.
You think they should be here illegally?
Well, I'm not saying that either. But then why is Trump allowing, saying that, we're going to let some for the farmers stay? Where is it?
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, you talk about the farmers. Yeah, that's a great question. Okay. There's a couple of reasons. One, there's tens of millions of illegals in the country. A lot of them are violent felons, but there's a lot of people to deport before you get to the farmers. But the farmers are some of the easiest deportations because they're working on the farm, right? If Donald Trump targeted the low-hanging fruit of the farm workers, what would be the negative consequences to the economy if we rounded up all the farm workers that were illegal? What would happen?
Well, I mean, as far as I understand, I think that the price would go up on.
We would have food shortages and prices would go through the roof, and that's one of the biggest. So when you have tens of millions of people to deport, those are the last ones on the list, right? They're on the farm. They're not running rapid in the cities doing the crime. To target them would cause food shortages and massive food inflation. So start with the other ones. That's all. That makes sense to me. So, he's not saying they can stay here forever, but there's tens of millions of others that that are affecting the economy in a positive way through their deportations.
Right. No, and that's true. I just
what I said to you, does that make sense?
No, yeah, it does.
So you agree with Trump?
I agree with some things. I never agree fully with any politician, right?
I think you're more MAGA than you realize.
Hey man, I appreciate you. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, that's the surrender. He's like, oh boy, a lot of people. This is the thing. He's calling from Seattle, Washington, right? He's conservative and doesn't know it, isn't he? He's conservative and doesn't know it, and he was coming out of the Matrix and he wanted to go back into the Matrix. He was about to get red pilled. He wants to go back. He wants the blue pill. Give me the blue pill. I don't want to know all this stuff. Candace Owens is not just crazy. She's starting conspiracies around the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who she says was her close best friend and all this stuff. And now she's creating conspiracies, which is putting his family through trauma because she has such a large reach. The other day, she claimed that she had been given by Turning Point, which they've denied and is absurd, camera footage from the camera behind Charlie Kirk, and there was no blood. Now she's got a new theory. Here's Candace Owens yesterday.
There was a massive pipeline that was almost exactly behind where Charlie was sitting. Here's that maybe it's a water pipeline. I don't know. But there it is under the flag. And to your right, I went into my tips line and I saw that somebody had messaged me about this. More than one person messaged me about this. They're like, hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there. And to your right, you're observing those two little boxes. And they told me that was a trap door. Now I'm
okay. Now, so now there was another shooter beneath the trap door in this underground tunnel that they popped up through, is what she's suggesting now, Candace Owens.
Trap door. Now I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but that's a close up of that area.
And what is she saying?
I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there. And I remember when I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert. But if there was a hatch door nearby, then we can assume, as we should always assume with colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that while everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here.
Wait a minute. Is she saying that there could have been somebody, some guy came out from some trap door underneath Charlie Kirk and shot from below him? Is that what she's saying?
Assume, as we should always assume with colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that while everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2 and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Again, I'm theorizing because I have a right to. I have a right to think. And that is interesting to me. Where does it go?
Oh, my goodness. The trap door. Somebody came out of a trap door that no one saw. If she was really the friend that she says, would she be creating a conspiracy around their death that would just forever keep this going and not allow the family to grieve and be able to live a life? I mean, this is, and a lot of people buy into her garbage. It really, truly, you know what this is all about? Views, clicks, and stuff. I was watching an entertainment show the other day. They were talking about the movie Basic Instinct and Michael Douglas. That was like a big comeback movie for Michael Douglas, Basic Instinct. And he didn't want Sharon Stone because she wasn't a movie star. He wanted, I can't remember who it was, but he wanted a very famous, she became famous after that role, Sharon Stone. He wanted a very famous actress to be in the movie with him, and not her. And the reason he wanted a famous actress in the movie with him was in case it bombed, he wouldn't get all the blame because he was the movie star then, not Sharon Stone. So, but he lost that battle for whatever reason. And what happens with a lot of the new media online, they feel they're only as good as the views of their last video. So they get really worried that they're going to drop a video or do something and it's going to have fewer views than the one the day before, and they won't look like they're influential. So they go and do things that are stupid and say things that are outrageous and crazy and clickbaity like she's doing to keep the views up. And that's what this is all about. And I got a question for you. Okay, yesterday, the First Lady of France produced photographic evidence that she's a woman to the court. I got 2 questions. What was the evidence that she submitted? Have you seen that reported? Because I didn't see it in the stories I read, but I didn't read all of them. So what evidence did she submit? And the second question is, who cares if the First Lady of France was born a man or a woman? I mean, it might be an interesting little side note, but I don't understand why anybody would care about the First Lady of France any day, no matter any First Lady of France, not just this one, but any First Lady of France. It just doesn't seem interesting. But this is her other issue. She's moving on to the next conspiracy since that one's getting wrapped up. If you're on hold, hang in there. Boy, the rains are coming in pretty hard. I went out to the store yesterday, and it was sunny, and I got in my car. I get to the stores. I pulled up. We had like tropical storm level rains. I mean, these massive raindrops, and it was raining hard because it's hurricane season. And if you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, you've got a leak in your roof, I'm here to tell you. You want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. You know, Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing will never sell you a roof you do not need. If you just need a simple repair, he'll do it. That's right. I don't know any other roofers who will tell you that. Now, of course, if you need a new roof, he'll handle that as well. And he's not just a roofer, he's a general contractor. And because Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing is also a general contractor, under Florida law, he's allowed to deal directly with your insurance company on the cost of the repair or the replacement of your roof. And that's not just residential. That goes for your commercial policy. And he can also help municipalities as well. He even does church roofs. So give him a call. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida. Give him a call or a text, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. And online, LaportaRoofing.com. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be back with your calls after this. All right, stand by, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. All right. Now, yes, I got to share that. I'm just queuing up some things that I'm going to move into as the show goes on. Okay. Oh, yes, that's a big one. I got to get into that. Okay. I got a lot to cover. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right. We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Oh, man. I had such a long day yesterday. I am wiped out today. Wiped out. I've been up since, I don't know. What time do you guys wake up in the morning? I wake up about 1:32 in the morning to do my show prep. What time do you guys wake up? Oh, I've had so much water and coffee. But I had a late night last night. I had to do some things late last night. Welcome. If you're new, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. We're in a radio station commercial right now. We'll be back shortly. 5 a.m. When I was younger and starting out, I didn't do show prep, but it wasn't as good on the air then either. I thought I was. There's a lot of news. You got to, there's a lot of news to read. You have to be up on everything. I just was queuing up some things I'm going to bring up as the show goes on. I want to make sure that I don't forget. I'll take a call or two when we get back. 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. All right, let's take another call or two. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Doug.
You know, I got to laugh. This Candace Owens, man. That was the dumbest story I think I've ever heard anybody come up with, man. There's somebody, it was underneath Charlie Kirk. Wow. I mean, you know, President
popped
Trump
up through the
said
trap door. Yeah, popped up through the trap door.
Yeah. I mean, President Trump said that the Tylenol causes autism. I think he didn't get into, well, maybe it's causing stupidity for older people taking it, because maybe she's on Tylenol. Because, man, that was dumb to say something like that. A trap door? I mean, first of all, he's only maybe a foot and a half off the ground. Wow. Anyway,
that's a stretch.
She's really, she's really as dumb as they come. I always thought she was smart, but apparently she's not as smart as I thought she was. Anyway,
yeah.
You know, you mentioned yesterday Jasmine Crockett and all the things she said. You know, AOC said some terrible things about Charlie as well.
Yeah.
What I want to know is that this woman, AOC, who's getting $70,000 a month from the government for some reason, they cut her off finally. If she had to pay taxes on that money, did she have to pay it back?
She was getting $70,000 a month, AOC?
AOC was $70,000 a month, and those cut it off in April. $70,000 a month,
Really?
over $800,000 a year. Yeah. Well, this is what it was on X, so maybe it's not correct. But this is what they reported. Besides that, they said that.
Okay, here's an article. Okay, this is. I just pulled this up. So this is. I'm not. This is in Truth Out. AOC skewers Trump for seeking tax write-offs for $70,000 in hairstyling cost. So she's talking about Trump with $70,000. I don't see anything about her making $70,000. Okay, here's an Instagram post. Understanding the mystery of AOC's $70,000 a month payments. I don't know. I'll look into that. That's she's okay. The general $70,000 monthly payments before Doge stopped it. It says nobody knows what it was for.
That's the one.
This okay. I'll look into that more because I don't know. You know, she's been over the weekend. They've been floating this thing of her running for president, and I told you guys, and you all laughed at me. When she first got elected to Congress, ABC Disney had a show on the Disney app about this Puerto Rican lady who was president. And she was president of the United States, and the whole show was her looking back on her middle school years of when she was in school. And the show was about her. And I told you guys, I don't remember the name of the show, but I said, this is about AOC running for president. And the age of the people watching this, when she's old enough to be president, run for president, they'll be voting age. And they've been planning on running her for president since they cast her in this role as the Brooklyn Congresswoman.
Well, she won't be able to run for president because if she's right, the world's going to end because what was it? She said
the seas were rising
before we.
Yeah, but she is likely to get that Senate seat of Schumer's and be there for the rest of her the rest of her life. All right, appreciate the call, Doug. I want everyone's talking about this and they're missing the point. Rachel Maddow had Willie Brown's girlfriend Camala Harris on. Listen.
I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear. Yeah. With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president. You're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president. To say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay, it's hard to hear.
No, that's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for president of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump who knows no floor, to be a black woman running for president of the United States and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk.
Okay. So everyone's missing the story on this, okay? What Camala Harris is saying, she's a woman of a few thousand words and says very little, but what Camala Harris is saying that everyone in the media is missing is that they did polls on this and on who her running mate should be, right? And the polls said that they didn't want a gay guy running with her. Mayor Pete. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the Democrat voting base didn't want a gay vice president. That's it. So this uncomfortable homophobia that Rachel Maddow is obsessing over, it's the homophobia of the Democrat voters. This has nothing to do with conservatives. It has nothing to do with Republican voters. We're all voting for Trump. She's saying that Democrats did not want to have a gay vice president. That's what she's saying. And Rachel Maddow and all these people in the media covering Kamala Harris with this book tour fake story, none of them are picking up on that. That's what I heard from it. What else is there to take from it? So why are you Democrats so homophobic? Because their polling was telling them no to the gay. Oh, man, I want to tell you guys about Mike Lindell at MyPillow. There's some big sales going on because these closeout sales are going on because they're making space for the holiday season. And you're getting these incredible deals. The 3-in-1 sale, the 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, which have been out of stock for a while, they are back in stock, and they're just $39.98. This is a huge discount with our promo code Kane at checkout. I have these towels. These are the best towels you'll ever get. You've never had towels that absorb the water like a MyPillow towel, all right? So go to MyPillow.com. Use our promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E. There's also specials on the Percale sheets, just $29.88, any size, any color, even the kings. The MyPillows, huge discounts on the premium MyPillows as well with our promo code Kane at checkout, K-A-N-E. And the free shipping offer is still in effect. So go to MyPillow.com, take advantage of these deals. Start doing your Christmas shopping now in September. 1 hour down, 2 to go. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. Back right after this. Isn't that what she's saying? Is she not saying that their polls told her that the Democrats would not vote for a gay man? That the Democrats are homophobes. That's exactly what she's saying. It blows my mind. If you're on hold, hang in there. It blows my mind how much people miss. You know, I'm always looking to read between the lines, I guess. But she wasn't trying to get Republican voters, right? We were all voting for Trump. And the internal polls are the ones we never see. They don't release them. They're the truly scientific polls. And obviously their internal polling said no to a gay running mate for her. You know? And Rachel Maddow, she went to Princeton. She thinks she's so smart. She's stupid. Stupid. And the way that this story is being presented is in two ways. That somehow Kamala is homophobic and the country's... No, Democrats are homophobic. See, the reason Democrats want to have laws making everyone bend to their will is because they hate all these things. They think the only way people will accept their ideology, even themselves, is if it's the law and you're forced into it. No, it's not. Why would she care what Republicans think about her running mate? And some of these things, you know, like this story, it's so obvious what the story is, and it cracks me up that no one picks up on this. Now, if you're new, we're in a radio station break. My name's Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Now, those of you watching on the live screen, on the live stream with the green behind me. If you see the green behind me, you want to go to my main stream to see and hear all the audio and video and the audio sound bites I play. And there's a link to the main stream. It's right here on YouTube in the description of the episode. All right, you just click that link. It'll take you to the main stream and the main chat, and you can see and hear all the video. We got about 30 seconds. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. Why are Democrats so homophobic? Is it Tylenol stock is down 25? Is it a good time to buy or a bad time to buy? Tylenol stock. Okay. All right. Hour number 2 has begun. I'm Brian Craig. You are listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. So Camala Harris and Rachel Maddow are discussing how homophobic the Democrat Party are, and everyone's missing this story. We'll take some calls. I'll replay that. We'll talk about that more. We've got a lot to cover. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Sal from Margate.
Sal in Margate. Are you okay, Sal?
Yeah. Right, you're okay. I listened to Rush Limbaugh for a long time. Ever since he exposed Obama. And everybody hated him. Not everybody, but most people hated him.
Mm-hmm.
But he could get a lot of respect from people. But you, on the other hand, with the retard, you are an embarrassment to the Republican Party and a disgrace to Donald Trump.
Hold on a second here. Your voice is, it's hard to understand because you sound like you're asleep or you didn't put your false teeth in or something. I'm sorry. You said that I'm an embarrassment and a disgrace?
Yes.
What
You're the retard.
Okay. What have I most recently done that makes me a disgrace and an embarrassment to the president and to the Republican Party? Because I don't want to be embarrassing these people. So what is the most recent thing I did that was embarrassing?
The way you treat people, the way you allow you overspeak them, they're not people to say what's on their mind.
So a man who can hardly speak is telling me that he doesn't like how I speak. Would I do better if I spoke like you, like mumbled and people couldn't understand me? I mean, you called me retarded? That's how I should talk to people?
This is early in the morning. I'm just talking about you and the retarded guy, the guy behind you.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
Steve Kane?
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay. I'm an embarrassment and he's retarded, you said.
Right.
Yeah. But can but I would like to hear a specific example of something I've done that's been embarrassing to the president.
You don't allow people to speak. You talk about freedom of speech.
You've been on for I'm letting you speak and you're saying terrible things about me and Steve personally.
You know what I'm talking about. Don't play games. Don't play tricks. Tricks, that's all you know is tricks. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. No, I can't hardly understand what you mean. I'm letting you speak. If I'm such an intolerant person, why am I allowing you, who very well is the most inarticulate person that's called this show in years, you're saying terrible things about me and Steve Kane. If I'm this censorer, why am I allowing you to continue with your mumblings?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Yeah, well, think about that one while you're putting your teeth in. All right, let's go. You're on the air. Which name? Where are you calling from?
You're a fucking pedophile.
Oh, there we go. All right, first dump of the day, Michael. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I've got a good fan club out there, don't I? You know, if you're on hold, stand by while we wait for the delay to re-engage. You know, this month, we've had over 3 million people listen to this program. Over 3 million people have listened to this program this month. And the listenership of this program is going through the roof. And I've noticed with the, I know we got to wait for the delay to build back up because they're in a mood. You know, this is the only program anywhere that takes live and screenless calls. And, you know, not only do we take, we take them completely unvetted. We could have somebody answer the phones before they go on the air. We're the only show that takes live and screenless calls. Other people claim that they don't screen the calls. Those are lies. They do. We're the only ones that do. You know, I fell into doing the calls screenless out of necessity because when I first started, I did it. Some of you may remember. Do you guys remember my? This was a long time ago. Does anyone remember that 20-something show? I used to do this show. It was called 20-something. It was people who were 20 in their 20s. Yeah. And it was that was a show, man. Oh my goodness. But we were on from 3 a.m. until 7 a.m. Friday night, Saturday morning, right? 3 a.m. till 7 a.m. And the radio station wouldn't pay for a board app. They would pay for a board app, but they wouldn't pay me. So I ran the board hosting that show. So I could, and I ran the board, so we didn't have anybody to answer the phones. So by the time I started doing a show every day of the week, I just kept with it, and I enjoy that. And I remember Steve and I, we had to do the show for a week or two at another location than we would normally do the show from because they were doing some remodeling at the studio. And we were forced into having a call screener. And they were not putting calls through. They were hanging up on callers. And I told Steve, and he's like, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. And he came in early and into the studio, and he heard the board up hanging up on the callers. And so I just never went back to the screenless calls. I like doing the screenless calls. I think it makes it more interesting for me because I don't know what's on the line. But you know, I don't know when I say you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? That's the first time that anybody's interacted with the caller because I have the phone in front of me. So when the lines ring, I just put people on hold. No one answers the phone. And so I think it makes the show better because I don't know what is coming. But, you know, there's some downside to it. And downside is we use the dump button more than any, you know, not only is this the only show that takes live, screenless, unvetted calls anywhere in America. You know, it's a risky thing to do. You know, a lot of people don't do it because people are afraid they'll get a call and they won't know the answer, and it's scary. If any of you remember me back in those days, any of you remember me when I was doing that show? And I did a show 3 to 6 a.m. Monday through Friday by myself for a long time, and I went screenless then, and I was very young. I was like 19 or 20, so I wasn't as good with the callers as I am today. And you may remember, you guys out there, that listened back then, if any of you were still around. I know some of you are because people still ask me about those shows and those hosts and all that stuff. And some of those callers, they had their way with me, didn't they? From time to time, it did happen, often. Oh my goodness, there was this one guy. We called him Marty the Watchdog. Anybody remember Marty the Watchdog? This guy was unbelievable. Okay, now you got to understand, we're talking like 1991, 1992. The internet had not been invented yet. There was no digital stuff. And he hooked up his VCR. This is crazy, right? He hooked his VCR up to a stereo, to a stereo in his living room, and he set up the VCR to record the audio from the radio, and he had it where he recorded on the lowest quality, so he get like 8 hours or more on a VHS tape, and he would record me at night. And Steve Kane was the program director at the radio station, and we didn't know each other very well. I mean, we knew each other, and and eventually I became his board op, but he didn't know me on the air too much because I was on the air in the middle of the night. He didn't listen. It was throwaway time, and this guy Marty the Watchdog, he would record things that I said and did like at 3:30 in the morning. And then he would call Steve, who was the program director, and say, do you know what Brian Craig was doing on his show this morning? And I was like, no, I was sleeping. And then he'd play it for him on the air to try to get me off the air. It was pretty crazy. And and what had happened, the morning guy, Norm Kent. Anybody remember Norm Kent? He's passed away. And he was a monstrous person, I must tell you. If he were not passed away, I wouldn't talk. He thought he was like Jimmy Kimmel. He thought he was a big deal. And he came up with this publicity stunt that he was going to quit the show. And the station was going to come begging him not to quit. He quit on the air, and they didn't ask him to come back. And I had done something on the air and had been taken off the air. And I had been fired from the radio station. And I'd become friends with Steve by this point. And I was trying to get, Steve was trying to get me hired back by the radio station, but the general manager, there were some conflicts. So they brought, Norm Kent did the morning show. He was on from 6 till 9 in Morning Drive. Steve came on after him from 9 to 12. And they hired Norm Kent back, and Steve threw in this thing to get me back. He said, okay, I'll agree to hire Norm Kent back if you bring back Brian. And nobody, the general manager didn't think too much of it, even though I was on his S list and he had fired me like 2 months before. So they hired me back, and Steve was the program director and announced on the air that Norm Kent and I were coming back on the air to our shows. The phone lit up with people that were, fuming that I was coming back. And I remember I came back in to get the keys to the radio station because I was going to be on the next morning at 3 a.m. And Steve said to me during the break, he says, nobody even cares that Norm Kent's coming back. They're all pissed off you're coming back. That's how I ended up doing this full time. But if those of you that listened back then, these callers, I tell people, I can't be Baba Booeyed, and it's a skill I learned over the years. If any of you remember back in those days, oh boy, these callers like I hear here, they had their way with me. Let me tell you something. It was those were the days. There were a lot of days that weren't that much fun because they had their way with me. All right, we're going to take our first break of this hour. When we come back, though, we're going to do some recapping. I'm going to get into the Jimmy Kimmel stuff a little bit more because it's very important, and everyone's talking about it. And I have a very unique take, which is the real story of what's happened. And I got a lot of other stories we haven't even touched on yet. It's the Steve Kane Show. I got to talk about Dr. Appleton. I was just over at Dr. Appleton's on Saturday, and I was recording some new radio commercials that are going to be airing on the radio soon of Dr. Appleton. And we were talking about a lot of things involving the laser. And Dr. Appleton, he pointed something out that I leave out of my commercials with Dr. Appleton, or you'll hear me say it, but I don't highlight it too much. And it's very important. Living with pain is awful. Before I met Dr. Appleton, so much of my life involved pain, right? I could only do so much. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that. Oh man, I'm so tired. I couldn't walk for a long time because of my knee. I'd have to sit down. I'd want to go. It was just awful. And now I'm living a pain-free life because Dr. Appleton's rid me of pain. And what Dr. Appleton reminded me that I'm leaving out is, the consultation with Dr. Appleton is free. It's a no-charge consultation. So if you're in any kind of pain, or your spouse is, or another relative, go see Dr. Appleton. Take advantage of the no-charge consultation. Talk to him about what the laser wave pain treatment can do for you. you can live pain-free too. It works on every type of pain I've ever heard of. There's no drugs, no surgery, no injections, no downtime, and no appointment is necessary. Walk-ins are always welcome, even on Saturdays. So take advantage of that free, no-charge consultation with Dr. Appleton and say bye-bye to your pain like I've done 7 times. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. That's 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. Just waiting for Mike to tell me when we're going to be back. I got to get into the Jimmy Kimmel thing a little bit more, and then I'm going to move into some other topics. But it really aggravates me that no one has picked up on what I picked up on the Jimmy Kimmel story. It's so freaking obvious. But I think others will eventually, or maybe they'll hear me. Okay, we'll be back in less than a minute. Less than a minute. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show. Before I get back into some of the things that I plan on talking about, I came across this, and Marjorie. I love Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't agree with her on some big things, but I agree with her most of the time. But there's some big disagreements I have with Marjorie Taylor Greene, no doubt. But she posted something which is just god awful. And if you're on hold, hang in there. I got a lot to cover. Sometimes I spend so much time going to calls. There's so many stories that I want to get to that I don't, that are important, and this is one of them. I'm going to read this to you. Marjorie Taylor Greene posted this on X. Listen to this. Former Congressman George Santos has been in solitary confinement for nearly 30 days in this federal correction institution he's in New Jersey. They say it's for his safety due to threats. Marjorie Taylor Greene says this: I'm told he's in his cell 24 hours per day, and he's only allowed to get a shower 3 times a week. He does not get any sunlight. Now, I don't remember the specific crimes that George Santos committed, but it was basically spending some campaign money on things you're not supposed to spend campaign money on. Right? Isn't that it? She says he does not get any sunlight. He's in solitary confinement 24 hours a day. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about George Santos. He's only allowed to buy stamps from the commissary, and he's drinking water from the sink in his cell. He is the only cell on the right. I guess she went to see him. She drew a diagram on a piece of paper from a yellow legal pad. So she's describing what she drew. He's on the cell on the right, marked after, and there are no windows to the cell. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, this is torture. She says, I have sent a letter asking for his sentence to be commuted. 87 months is way too long for the crimes he was sentenced for. There are criminals as we speak serving in Congress, that's true, and many former government officials that are criminals walking free that did far more heinous things than George Santos. George Santos had a better voting record than most members of Congress. That's true, including everyone who voted to expel him. George should be pardoned. This is just god-awful. You know why he's in prison? Because he's gay MAGA. He's not in prison for 87 months being tortured for using campaign funds to pay for porn or something that he did. What did he spend it on? Some porn? Some other things you're not supposed to spend money on. I'm not approving of the misuse of campaign funds, but for him to be in solitary confinement for a month, no proper water, no window, no sunlight, this, I mean, look at the financial crimes of Nancy Pelosi and her husband. Look at all these stories around other members of Congress. The reason he's doing such a harsh sentence is they're punishing him for being gay MAGA. And he was gay MAGA at a time when you're not supposed to be MAGA, during the Autopen years. And this is a message. This is a message. This torture. If you're famous and connected and one of the elite, you don't have these things happen to you. You can get away with all kinds of things. But this is a message for people that aren't from the permanent Washington class. If you step out of line and you're openly gay MAGA and you're not rich and connected, this could be you. It's a pretty scary thing to be MAGA. They never stop. And he most definitely should be released from jail. There's just no reason whatsoever for him to be doing this time. Now, Andrew Colvett, who... what was his position with Charlie Kirk? Was he, I guess, producer and sometimes co-host? And he's kind of taking over the host duties of the Charlie Kirk show. I don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of changes in the front people that are there. He seems like a good guy. I hope he doesn't go anywhere. But he was on Fox yesterday, and I was surprised. I didn't know they had this kind of technology that was available to like regular people and organizations. But Andrew Colvett, from Turning Point, the producer for Charlie Kirk's show, he said that 277,000 devices were tracked in and around the stadium for Charlie Kirk's memorial. So that's 277,000 cell phones in and around. Wow. And, pretty much everyone's got a cell phone these days. So that's a lot of people. That's almost 300,000 people that were there on site. The turnout was unbelievable, and I'm just, what I'm wondering, this is what I'm wondering with that. Who tracked those? Was that a number he was given by the Secret Service? Because they said they had Super Bowl level security. The president and vice president were there. They don't show up together at big events like this. They had two planes because I don't think they flew on the same plane, the president and the vice president, and this technology that tracked 277,000 devices, was that government Secret Service tech, or does Turning Point have access to technology like that? Is technology that sophisticated, readily available to individuals and organizations like that? That's kind of crazy. But I didn't know such technology existed where they could track devices like that. I never really thought about it. I mean, it makes sense that the technology is there for that. But if this technology is regularly available to organizations like Turning Point, I think a great strategy, a great campaign strategy would be to take whatever device that is and go to liberal events all the time and Republican MAGA events and report how many cell phones are there, so we could get a real idea of the crowd size. I remember the first time liberals never have the turnout that they claim. And the first time this came to my attention was during the Million Man March. And none of us believed there were 1 million people there. And I remember Rush was talking at the time. He says, well, why didn't they just take $1 from everyone who entered? Then they could count how many dollars, then they'd know. But they didn't, because they didn't want people to know, because they didn't have 1 million men at the Million Man March, okay? They didn't. There were a lot of people that showed up, don't get me wrong, but not 1 million, even though they call it the Million Man March. If you can, everyone has a cell phone today, everyone, and it's always on. So if you can easily track the number of devices at a location, could you imagine what it would be like when we get into the midterms and the next presidential election in particular, and go to Republican and Democrat events and then report how many cell phones were there? Our events will have thousands. Theirs will have a couple dozen. And by the way, that would include the press, right? So that's, and then we would finally know who was popular, who has grassroots support. And it's not them, it's us. If you're on hold, stand by. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. We'll take our break for the bottom of the hour and be back with your calls and much more. Don't go anywhere. Hold on, guys. We'll be back in just over a minute, guys. Just over a minute. That didn't sound good. One of my cats knocked over something big. I can't find what it is. It was pretty big, whatever it was. We are back. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show. You know, today's the 23rd. You know, we're 2 days away in Florida from open carry to be fully legal. And already sheriffs have been saying for over a week that they're not enforcing it anymore. I have not seen anyone open carry yet. Have you? But what had happened was there was the Florida, you know, when Ron DeSantis ran the first time, he ran on the promise that before he left the governor's mansion, open carry, constitutional open carry would be legal in Florida. And the state legislature with DeSantis, they couldn't get it through. And I was really upset about it. But I got other problems with DeSantis, obviously. But I was really upset about that. And they did away with you didn't need a permit for a concealed weapon, but that wasn't enough. So what happened with open carry in Florida, we're 2 days away. I think I might go buy a holster today. I might go buy a holster today. Since it starts on the 25th, right? That's 2 days away. So that is Thursday. So there was someone who was arrested, and it went to the courts, and it went through the whole courts process here in Florida. And the courts in Florida ruled that forbidding open carry is unconstitutional. And we have a very, very conservative attorney general in Florida. They're not pursuing it. So... and after the ruling happens, there's a certain number of days. Was it 9 days? However many days it was. After the court ruling, they have a window so that the state can appeal it. They said immediately they weren't going to appeal it. So sheriffs around Florida immediately started saying it's now legal, but I haven't seen anybody do it yet, especially because I'm in a, sadly, Democrat county. But as of Thursday, it will be legal to everywhere to open carry in Florida. Now, there are restrictions on this, and you can't, anywhere where the federal law prohibits guns, you still can't take weapons. So if there's a federal law prohibiting it, you can't do your open carry there. And private businesses can ban open carry in their business. Okay? And I'm not sure how many people are aware of this, because back in the 80s, I don't remember the loophole because I was in high school or middle. I was either in high school or middle school. There was something had happened, and there was a loophole that allowed open carry for a very short period of time. And I remember in Key West, there were people, it was like the Old West. They were carrying like 45s like cowboys on their hips in Key West. But it was closed up quick. And when concealed carry, I don't know how long concealed carry's been the law, but there were some controversies with it in the 90s, and all of a sudden businesses started saying, even with concealed carry, you're not allowed to carry here. And they would put signs up in their business. And that's kind of faded away over the years. But I do know that there were malls who were very, I know some names offhand. I don't want to, but I don't know what their rules are now. But there were some local malls here in South Florida who were very vocal that weapons were not allowed even with concealed carry. Okay? And if you go to a business that does not allow open carry, and you go there and you don't leave, they call the police, it's a felony. It's felony trespass because you have a weapon. So just because open carry as of Thursday will be the law doesn't mean you can just take it anywhere. There's all kinds of rules and regulations. And I am going to open carry. Okay? That's a given. I'm going to do it. And I've been waiting for this all my life. I've always wanted open carry. I'm very excited about it. And I've never been worried about it. You know, some people have called me up and they're like, "Oh, I don't know, that sounds terrible." And I was talking actually a few months ago on the show, when I was a kid, guys would drive around with 12-gauge shotguns and 30-30s in gun racks in the back windows of their pickup trucks. Back then, pickup trucks weren't as fancy as they are now. They were just all open bed, and no back seats, and four-door pickup trucks, all that. But it was very common to see people with long rifles and gun racks in their cars everywhere. Even students in high schools. Okay, not when I was in high school, but I would see high school students with that when I was younger. And I was wondering what the law is about that now. Well, you'll even be able to carry rifles on your shoulder. So I'm excited about this. I got to tell you, when I say I've been waiting for this my whole life, I'm not kidding. I've always wanted open carry. But anywhere where it is forbidden by federal law, you still cannot take your weapon, and businesses can say you can't come, and also private homeowners, as well as businesses, can say you can't come in here with your gun. So it's not something you want to test because the cops will come and you were committing federal trespass. The trespass is enhanced because you got the weapon. So, and I don't know what the dangers are with open carry. A lot of people are concerned about the open carry. But I don't recall seeing a lot of news stories around of open carry states where the open carry gun was a bad thing and resulted in problems. You know, do you? Maybe we will now. You know, the only thing I would recommend is what I said to you guys last. If you're on hold, hang in there. I wouldn't do the shoulder holster. The shoulder holster's bad news. There's two reasons the shoulder holster is bad news. One, you know, if you have the shoulder holster and you're right-handed, it's under your left arm, right? So the handle, I know there's some where they go straight down, but that's not much better. The gun handle is facing the perpetrator. Like if somebody's coming at you that you're threatened by, the gun handle is facing their direction. So they could just reach out and grab the gun from your shoulder holster. So that's bad news. And also with a shoulder holster, this is another thing people don't know about. With a shoulder holster, when you take the weapon out, you have to wave it to your left side, move it all the way forward to your right side if you're right-handed. If you're left-handed, the same thing in the opposite direction. You're pointing your weapon at God knows who's on your left, who's here in front. You know what I mean? So shoulder holsters are bad news. I would not recommend a shoulder. Not that I'm an expert on such things, but I know enough not that the shoulder holster is bad news. And so far, somebody had mentioned to me ankle holster in the chat. If you got open carry, why would you have an ankle holster? That seems crazy. But I think it's going to be shocking to people because people that don't follow the news probably don't know that open carry is going to be legal in Florida on the 25th, which is Thursday. And when they start seeing people around with sidearms and the ones that people are going to be walking around with AR-15s, okay, and 12 gauges and everything else, it's going to shock the daylights out of a lot of people. So while I'm going to open carry, I'm probably going to wait until I see other people doing it and for people to get used to it. Because I expect people are going to be calling the police like crazy. When they first start seeing people walking around with guns, and people are going to be wearing some pretty flashy guns, it's going to freak people out, especially here in South Florida where there's so many Democrats. But I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I was going to buy holsters on Amazon, but I think I need to try them on and make sure they're the right ones for my carry weapons. I have a bunch of holsters, but they're all concealed carry holsters. I don't have any open carry holsters. They're designed to be hidden. So they don't fit the right way, right? Like I've got one concealed carry that I could wear, but I'd have to wear it on my opposite hip, which is like having which would be crazy. All right, well, let's take some calls. I know I'm not the only person excited. Are you guys excited about open carry? I know I am. I'm not fearful about it. I don't know why you would be. And I'm very excited to be able to carry my weapon around. But I'm surprised. It's been in the local news a lot on television. I've seen it on all the local news stations because I've been following it. I've not seen any stories of retail stores and the shopping malls like I've seen in the past announcing that when open carry goes into effect on the 25th, that guns are not allowed on their premises. I haven't seen any stories like that. And I'm very surprised because it's still a little murky on where you can take the weapon or not. And you don't want confusion with that.
Television.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Jessica. Your question about if we're fearful, we are. I am.
Why?
I mean, I'm a Republican, but I am very fearful about this.
Why?
Because there's a lot of crazy people out there, Brian. You're not crazy. You're sane. You have your 5 senses correctly, but not a lot of people in Florida are. And unfortunately, there's too many million people in medication that we don't know of, that we think that they're sane, but they're not. So this is going
Well,
to
if you're
open
not,
up
if
a
you're
lot
mentally
of,
ill, it's against the law for you to own a gun.
Okay.
Okay. So
well,
yeah.
that makes perfect sense. Are you telling me that they're going to follow through with the mentally ill people?
Well, if you
are they going to make? Are they going to check the mentally ill people when they're purchasing a gun? Yes or no?
No, there's no way to check that. How do you check that?
Okay. Well, then there it is. If you're mentally ill, which we have so many of those here, I mean, you know that, Brian.
Yeah.
Who's going to follow up with these people? They're going to buy
Well,
guns and they're going to be...
Well, a lot of them, it's up to the family, right? I mean, like if your husband is a nutcase, you make sure he doesn't have the gun. If your kids are crazy, you make sure they don't have guns. Right?
That's how it is. So
I don't think I don't think the homeless people with their work for food signs all over Broward are going to have pistols on their hip while they're asking people to give them money.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared about the homeless people. I'm scared about the ones that live in their house, well, there's no basements in Florida, but there's a lot of crazy people in Florida that are not homeless.
Well, those people probably already have guns. And they probably, and we have concealed weapon laws without a permit. So all those crazy people that you're worried about, they could already have guns.
Well, let's see how that goes. I mean, honestly, like,
Are you a gun owner? Are you a gun owner?
No.
That's why you're afraid. Your son has a gun?
No, but my son has one, and we've gone to gun ranges. You know, I've gone to gun ranges because I have considered buying one in the past for my own protection.
Yeah.
But I bought a Ring camera instead.
Well, you can have the doorbell camera and a gun. You know, most people that are afraid, most people that are nervous are people like you that don't own guns. People that are gun owners, we're not afraid. I guess because we understand guns.
Well, hopefully, obviously, but hopefully everything is going to go smoothly, and people are not going to go. You know, I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed, and I'm going to pray that. That not a lot of things happen that are bad, and that people are going to go nuts.
I'm sure it's happened, but I don't know of any high-profile incidents that happened with someone doing something wrong with their open carry weapon.
Yeah, no, I know, and I know Nebraska is open carry, but you can't compare Nebraska with Florida. I mean, we have like 10 times the size bigger than Nebraska when it comes to population. And, Nebraska is beautiful. People there respect each other, and they have open carry. But Florida is a different ball game. We have a lot of people from all over the states and even all over the world living here.
Yeah.
That they come here with their own mentality, and, we're just going to have to pray for the best.
Somebody the other day asked me, I ran into a listener at Friendly Tire in Margate, and they said, Brian, why do you want to open carry? And I said, because it's cool. I wanted to do it my whole life, and for my safety. There are
well, there you go. Your dream is coming true.
That's right. All right. Take care. Yeah, no, I can't wait. I got to get a couple holsters because I got a couple guns I'm going to carry. The only two guns I have that I talk about, I have my Glock 48 and my 38 are my carry weapons. And I might get the Glock 48 I like, because it's a thinner gun. And I got it for concealed carry, and it's great for that. But I think it might be good to do open carry with. It's small. It's thinner than a regular Glock that you're used to. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show. I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas. He's coming in studio later this week, Jupiter Joe Thomas, and I don't know why everyone's not in annuities. They're totally risk-free, right? Your money's never at risk. You're never going to lose money, and you're guaranteed an income stream for the rest of your life. But there's all different kinds of annuities for different things, which I did not know. I thought annuities were just kind of, okay, I've got my annuity, my money's safe, and I got money coming in every month forever. But there's all kinds of things that you can have. They're very unique. There's annuities that do all kinds of different things. And I learn about new annuities all the time from Joe Thomas, but this is one of my favorites. the income doubler. You want to ask him about this. You know, when you have a health issue, no matter what your financial situation is, things get expensive, don't they? There is an annuity with an income doubler for unexpected health events. And get this, you know, if you're married, you and your spouse are probably both on the annuity, right? So this goes for the unexpected health event for either of you. It doesn't have to be both, just one of you. So if your spouse has the health issue, you got that income doubler. So if you're getting $2,000 a month from your annuity, now you're getting $4,000. Isn't that something? And there's all kinds of other annuities that do all kinds of other things too. But this is one of my favorites because I know personally that unexpected health issues, what a financial toll they can have on families. Give Joe Thomas a call. Take advantage of the no-charge consultation. You can take advantage of it in person if you like. But if you can't make it into his office or you're somewhere else in the United States, you can take advantage of it over the phone or through Zoom as well. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And online, AppletonCairo.com. We'll be right back. I'll take the calls after the break, guys. But, yeah, I got a lot of things to cover. Let's see. Let me know in the chat, would you open carry, yes or no? Would you open carry, yes or no? There's nothing to be worried about. There's one concern, which I'll get to in a bit. Phones are very busy. Sorry, guys, I will get to the calls after the break. Sometimes, Steve tells me this a lot. Sometimes I take so many calls, I don't get to the issues that I should be getting to sometimes. So sometimes I don't rush to the phones. You know? Yeah, I've seen a lot of yeses. I've been waiting for this my entire life. I really have. But it's going to be shocking to a lot of people. That's a given. It's going to be very shocking to a lot of people that when they see people around. And I just there has not been enough talk about the local news has covered it, but and a lot of the I don't know, a lot. Maybe half a dozen Florida sheriffs have made videos that have gone online, but I'm looking for the stories, so they're coming to me. Yeah, you know, the Gabby Gifford shooter was stopped. He shot a lot of people, but he would have shot more if it wasn't for a guy that had his gun with him that was in a store in that strip center. It'll deter a lot of crime. That's why gun stores don't get robbed. They're all packing. But there hasn't been a lot of publicity about it in Florida, which is shocking to me. And you know what we're not seeing? I was leading up to this, but I'll mention after I take some calls. But it's just not. We'll be back in 30 seconds. There's a lot of things that just have not been done. I would have thought that this would be nonstop coverage in Florida. We're 2 days away from having open constitutional carry. That's a big freaking deal. All right, 10 seconds. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show. There's one opening on the board at 1-888-465-2631. I want to mention one last thing before I go to the phone. So we're 2 days away from open carry. And do you know what we have not heard at all from? And this has been in the news for almost 2 weeks. We haven't heard any of the gun control groups. We haven't heard from any of them. Why do you think that is? I'll tell you why. Because Doge, they shut it down, right? That's exactly right. USAID. There's never been a truly organic gun control movement in this country. It's all been fake, funded by USAID to give the illusion that there was an opposition to the Second Amendment in this country. We have had about almost 2 weeks of coverage that open carry is now the law in Florida as of Thursday. I haven't seen one gun control nutty group person on any TV show or in the streets protesting. The whole gun control movement is a fake movement. It always has been, and this is proof of it. I mean, we're 2 days away from having open constitutional carry. Have you seen any of the gun control people talking about it? No. All right. You're on. Oh, hold on. Let me go here. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Sandra from Boca. How are you?
All right, Sandra.
So I just wanted to kind of, with that last caller talking about, how she's concerned and everything. It's not it's mental health. It's not the people carrying the guns.
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe she doesn't remember this incident, and I know maybe it's a rarity, but it is the reality. Do you remember that shooting that occurred in that food court in Indiana, where this kid was like ready to kill I don't know how many people, and he managed to kill 3?
Yeah.
But someone very, very close to his age had a gun with his girlfriend and shot him dead.
Yeah.
So you have these instances where people need to recognize that we need to protect ourselves, and there are people out there that are more than capable to carry these weapons. Even the gun that killed Charlie Kirk, even if they made the assault rifles, I don't think that was an assault rifle, correct?
It was a World War II era rifle.
I
Yeah.
say World War I or that's something I read like that.
Yeah.
So that's just the point I wanted to make.
Well, this is the thing. There's two things. One, you're calling from Boca. I haven't heard much discussion at all. Is the Boca Town Center Mall as an example? Do they forbid people to carry guns on their property? I don't know. And I'm surprised we haven't seen the malls and other big businesses. If you went to Meisner Park, does Meisner Park have a rule against guns? I don't know. In Boca. You understand what I mean? And there's been, it's a very murky thing. That's why I'm not going to do it on day one. Because people are going to be freaked out, and they're going to be calling the cops a lot. And believe it or not, most cops are liberal. It's government work, So so I don't want to be a test case, But I haven't. Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call. Take care. Yes. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bob from Jupiter.
Hey, Bob. What's up?
Hey, open carry is such a horrible idea.
Oh.
And if you give me a second, I'll explain it. I worked with a lot of elderly patients. I can't tell you how many times people who were saying good people worked hard, but they got in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and they had a bunch of pistols in the house or loaded weapons, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
These old people walking around, there's just too many weapons around anyway. And if you get these old people walking around with holsters, they're just targets, and they'll get the guns taken from them, and God knows who's going to end up with them.
The guns, the people you're talking about are pretty frail and stuff. I don't think they're going to be walking around with rifles, or guns are heavy.
Yeah, well, percentage of them will be with pistols. Because when I used to go to their houses, I did a lot of home care. I'd go to houses, I'd see loaded pistols on the bed. I'm like, what in the world are you doing? You're 85 years old with a loaded pistol.
You'd see that at my house. I've got what good does I keep guns on my nightstand, loaded, of course. They're no good if they're not loaded.
I know, but gosh, it's so scary.
Are you a gun owner? Are you a gun owner?
No, I know you're going to say I'm scared.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm not a gun owner.
Yeah, that's
I'm not, because I'm scared to death of.
Why?
My neighbor, my 75-year-old neighbor, pulled her widowed husband's 38 on me a couple of years ago because she heard some noise out in the backyard. Well, it was me. She pulled her gun on me. She can't see. She's arthritic. And if she pulled the trigger, God knows where the bullet would have gone.
Well, that sounds like it may have been an illegal. That may have been illegal on her part. But she didn't shoot you though.
Yeah, thank God, no. But she wouldn't have hit me anyway because she didn't even know how to point it. But she just, it just guns scare me to
How
death,
long have you lived in?
especially
How
so
long
many
have you lived in
people for
Florida? How long have you lived in Florida?
all my life.
Really? In Jupiter? That used to be like country boys. How can you live? How can you live in Palm Beach County your whole life and not be a gun owner? That's very strange to me.
I was born in Good Samaritan Hospital.
That's crazy. Then you're not a true Florida man. You know that, right? You're not a true. You can't. I mean, how many Florida guys don't own a gun? Usually, it's like people that come here from from a blue state. I'm shocked.
Because I'm terrified of them, and I'm a Republican, but I don't like guns.
That's
I'm
okay.
scared of 'em.
Hey, that's okay. You don't have to like them. I'm still going to carry mine. All right,
Yeah.
take care. All right? All right, take care. Take care. Oh, my goodness. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Bob in Boynton.
Hey, Bob.
Calling about the open carry.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm not. It's harder for the police this way.
Why? Why is it harder for the police? There'll be less crime. More guns, less crime.
I don't know about that. I had to show my weapons. I have a carry permit, and I had to show my weapon Sunday to a man that approached my car.
What happened? Oh, what happened? Where were you at?
I was at a Walmart with my wife. She went into shop, and I was sitting in the car, and he came toward my car. I couldn't see his left hand as he walked toward me, and he said, "Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you?" And I said, "No, stay away." And he kept approaching the car, and I couldn't see his hand. So I picked up my gun up, and I showed him that I was armed, and that was the end of that.
I don't know if I'd have done that. I would have backed the car out of the space. I would have.
I was afraid to do that because he could have called the police and said I threatened him or something. But it seemed that in the instance.
Well, I'm surprised you're a gun owner. The gun may have saved you from being mugged. You sound like I only have 5 seconds left, so I got to be quick. It sounds like the gun saved you from being mugged. Hold on 1 second, okay? I want to continue this discussion. We're going to take our break for the top of the hour. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're in the break, but I'm still streaming on YouTube, so I want to talk to you. Your gun, this happened the other day, you said, may have saved your life or stopped you from being mugged. So why would you not want more people to have guns?
The more, it just makes things harder. I may have had to shoot the guy instead of just threaten him.
Yeah, but
it's not. I've already had an auto accident that killed 2 people. And not from.
Yeah.
Not from. It's an awful thing.
I get it. That's different. Yeah. You know, I don't plan on ever having to do what you did and draw my weapon. I hope I never have to. I'm not looking forward to it. But you know, I get a lot of threats from people, and I like to be protected. And you know.
I know what you. I live in Boynton, and I know approximately. I'm not trying to pick on you or anything, but I know approximately where you live. You live west of.
No, don't tell people. Wait, but why would you do that? If you think you know where I live, why would you tell people? I'm telling you, I get threats. You think, well, I think I know where you might live, and you start telling people. All right, I'm glad I held you over. All right, take care. Oh my goodness, he probably should not be a gun owner. He's got poor judgment. Oh my goodness. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh man. You gotta love this job. You gotta love this job. Okay, we'll be back in less than a minute. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh my goodness. It's pretty funny. All right, welcome back, one and all. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest. Oh, no, I came on early. I came on a minute early. Hold on. Guys, I was answering my emails, and I lost track of the time. We're coming back at 3:55. I came back at 2:55. I don't have my watch on. Oh, man. Cracks me up. It's a crazy business we're in. It's a crazy business. It is a good show. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, 15 seconds. A lot of times when you see me go, I'm answering DMs and emails during I try to answer as many of the messages I get from you guys as possible. Welcome back. The third hour has begun. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. All right, let's take a call or two. We got so much going on here today. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. Kenny, Palm Beach.
Hey, Kenny.
How are you?
I'm doing well. What's on your mind?
I wanted to respond to the open carry and possibly make a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for it. Gun owner all my life. And also one thing I wanted to say, wasn't the shooter carrying a 30-06, a hunting rifle? Not an old war what?
I've heard both reported.
That's what
yeah, you might be right. I've heard both reported, yeah.
Yeah, well, in any event, that doesn't matter. But with respect to open carry, yeah, I'm for it, but not 100%. One thing I might suggest to you or anybody in the audience is if you do obviously get a what they call a locking holster where you have to push a button, which is near your trigger finger, before you pull it out of your
no way.
holster.
No way. No way, not for me.
Well,
I'll tell you why. Listen. The hope is you never have to use your weapon or defend your weapon. Like I was talking to that last caller before the break. If you're in a parking lot, you want to get in your car and back out. Okay, you want to get in your car and back out. And I've been in a situation once or twice where I've done that. Okay. So even if you've got a gun, you want to get in your car and drive away. That's the best thing you can do. Okay. I would not have pulled my, I would not have the way that he described what he did is irresponsible. I would not have pointed my weapon at an unarmed man coming up to the car like that. I would not have done that. And he shouldn't have done that. But the thing with if you're ever in a situation where, God forbid, you have to do that, use your weapon, it's got to be such a high stressful thing. You don't want to have to go through pushing buttons and stuff. It's just, you don't want that extra step could cost you your life.
Well, the other suggestion, maybe you won't like either, but if you open carry, how about if you just wear a T-shirt to at least cover it, whether it prints or not, doesn't matter, but at least you have the element of surprise.
I'll probably do that. I mean, I don't tuck shirts in too much. Although since I've lost all this weight, I tuck my shirts in more often. But if the bottom's sticking out, you can still see it, right? So that's fine now. So yeah, I'll probably do that. But Al Knight, Al Knight, who's our weekend guy here on True Oldies, you guys should all tune into Al Knight on the weekends. He's been friends with Al Knight for over 30 years, and he's a gun guy too. Okay, and he just told me that the Boca Town Center Mall, the Simon Mall, no weapons. So let me tell you the stupidity of that. Okay. Malls are dying, and although the Boca Town Center Mall is rather busy, but the malls are dying. If you let it be known that in this new open carry Florida we're in, people can come to your mall with weapons, your mall won't be dying anymore. It's going to be packed because all the gun owners are going to come to the mall to do shopping and eat at the food court and do everything else. Okay, and if you ban guns at your mall, like the Boca Town Center Mall does. You're just going to have a parking lot full of guns, right? Because everyone's going to disarm and leave their gun in the car. So,
Well, I personally would still conceal carry. I mean, that wouldn't bother me if
no weapons. You can't get you don't want to do that because it would be you could be committing a felony. You don't want to take the chance. If someplace bans
who would know?
You never know. You never know, especially with the technology today. But if I give you an example, where are you calling me from?
I live in Boynton.
Okay. Oh, perfect. The Boynton. Okay. The Boynton Beach Mall is a dead mall, right? It's pretty much a dead mall.
It's horrible.
Yeah. If they let it be known that when open carry is legal as of this Thursday, that you can open carry your weapons at the Boynton Beach Mall, it would be like the 80s at the Boynton Beach Mall this Saturday. And every Saturday after that, it would be jam-packed with gun owners carrying their guns. So it's actually good business, especially if you have a dead mall, to allow gun owners to come with their open carry. Because
I'm in favor, but that mall is too far gone, obviously. But I know what you're just using it for an example.
Well, the only concern I have about open carry, there are a number of George Zimmerman types that think they're cops, right? So that's that's where you run into problems, right? Like George Zimmerman, remember him from Trayvon Martin, the guy that volunteers to be the neighborhood watch guy in your HOA, you know what I mean? Those are the guys you want to watch out for. Because they're not all together there, and they think they're police officers, and they're not.
Now you got to remember your CCP rules and avoid conflict whenever possible. It's only used as a last resort.
Well, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, you're right about the Boynton Beach Mall, though. It may be too far. The last time I went there, I couldn't believe what I saw. I mean, it was. It's not, malls aren't But
they tried putting a church in there and other things to try to get a little revenue, but it is so dilapidated. It's horrible.
Yeah, but think about this, okay? If you had a dead mall, like even the Boca Town, I'll give you an example. The Boca Town Center Mall, the Sears went out of business there like years ago, right? And it's been empty. They haven't filled it up. Now, they had a problem. They had a serial killer at that mall back then that was killing people outside the Sears. But Sears went belly up anyway. If you've got a dead mall and you let a gun store come in there and open up a gun store and allow open carry, your mall is going to be the most alive mall. All these rackets they do where they try to bring in a church or a gym or some crap. Bring a gun store into your dead mall. If you're really good, let somebody build a gun range in your dead mall. Allow open carry. You're going to have the busiest mall. People will drive over an hour each way just to open carry and sit in that food court and eat at the food court with their pistol on their side. That sounds like good business to me.
I agree. There's a shortage of ranges around here.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call. Take care. Just a little advice. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning. My name's Cedric, calling from Tennessee.
Frederick in Tennessee, what's on your mind?
Hey, just a couple of things. Let me start with the last thing first. I saw your Star Trek shirt the other week, and just want to say I'm a big Star Trek fan as well. But hopefully we can make it to our last bit.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of political things.
Do you know, speaking of Star Trek, I am a huge Trekker, okay? I have been my whole life. I used to MC Star Trek conventions around the country.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I've met all my heroes. But there's a podcast it's like the #1 Star Trek podcast in the world. It's called Star Trek: The Next Conversation. Okay? It's kind of and the two guys that host it are Hollywood writers that wrote on that, what was that sitcom? It took place in the 80s. It was a family in the 80s. The father was the agent from Curb Your Enthusiasm. I forget, it's a famous show. They were writers on that show. And they found out that I listened to their podcast, and they were just appalled that a MAGA they couldn't understand why a MAGA person would be interested in Star Trek because they think it's for liberals. I'm not kidding you. Star Trek: The Next Conversation is their podcast.
Well, I mean, so I.
But what was your main thing? If I talk about Star Trek, I'm gonna get taken out to the woodshed. So what did you call about?
Yeah, I know. Well, so I am a traditional liberal.
Oh my goodness.
And that's. Well, hold on. It's different from modern modern liberalism, and in the vein that like John Locke and all those guys, I believe that the government should be limited to protecting the people. There are some things that I agree with modern liberalism, like capitalism having restraints on it and not bailing them out every time they get in trouble. Big businesses get in trouble, like the banks that we bailed out in 2009, the car companies that we've bailed out.
Listen, okay, I'm up against the break, so I'm gonna let you go. But hold on, what you really are is a libertarian, right? and a snobby one at that. I'm a classical liberal through the traditions of John Locke and such. I mean, come on, and to be a libertarian is to be a loser. You guys get nothing done.
Oh.
No, you get nothing done.
Well,
you gotta pick
fair.
a side and be a player instead of some elitist that you're above all of this and I'm a traditionalist and and the government should only be involved in our defense. Okay, well in the conservative utopia that you fantasize with sovereign citizens and such, but that we're not in that world. We're in the real world.
Well, the utopia I fantasize is definitely Star Trek.
Oh yeah,
So my question is, leading up to that, is do you think it's possible to reach that kind of society?
What, a Star Trek society where there's no money?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
no.
they still have money. They still have
no,
they still have trade.
and Star Trek for the Voyage Home, it was an issue. Remember, Gillian Anderson, right? She asks Captain Kirk, Admiral Kirk, you don't have money in the 23rd century? He's like, no, we don't. Well, there you go. So
right, but also in the same.
I know my Star Trek
movie. Well, I think also in the same movie, I think Scotty was talking about buying a boat from somebody and just relaxing.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. No, that was in Star Trek: The Next Generation. That was in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Yeah. The episode Relics, where Scotty was suspended in the transporter for 70 some odd years. Yes, the episode was called Relics.
So yeah,
I know the names of the episodes too. Yes.
Yeah, that's the first question. If it is possible.
No.
How do we get there?
I'll tell you this real quick, okay? I'm a huge Star Trek fan, guys, and they have these new Star Trek shows they've had for the last 10 years. They all suck. They're all liberal, and there's this new show called Strange New Worlds, and even though if they had a live camera of a toilet that somebody had used and called it Star Trek, I'd watch it, okay? I mean, I'll watch anything called Star Trek. So, and the show's total crap. And I was talking to one of my Star Trek friends the other day. Star Trek used to be very popular. And why isn't it popular now? It's because back in the days when Star Trek was popular in the 70s and the 80s, a little bit in the 90s, but mostly the 70s and the 80s, there was still dreamers in this country that thought we'd have flying cars living on Mars and would travel to other solar systems. And now those dreams are gone. We're not going to be the moon colonies and all that stuff. It's not happening. We're not going to other solar systems. It's never going to happen. We're never going to see that. And there's no wonder about space anymore that there used to be. That's why Star Trek's no longer popular and it all sucks. But if I talk about Star Trek one time more, Steve Kane is going to shoot me because
No.
Oh yeah. Oh, Star Trek, Star Wars are topics that are forbidden. All right. It's all right. It's like the Genesis planet of the Steve Kane show. All right, take care. We'll be right back. Oh man. Hold on, I gotta get my commercials ready. Okay. All right, we'll be back shortly, guys. If you're on hold, hang in there. Now, listen, guys, don't forget, support the extra hour that I'm doing in the afternoon show. Go to mypillow.com and load up, guys. I mean, you know, he is supporting all the expansion of the program. And right now, with our promo code Kane, of course, you got to go to mypillow.com, use our promo code Kane. There's 3-in-1 sales going on. The MyPillow towels, huge discount on those. The My Pillows with the Giza cotton cover on them, huge discount. The Percale sheets, just $29.88 with my promo code Kane. Any size, any color, even the king sizes. And you're letting Mike Lindell know that his support is money well spent. And that's important for me to continue doing all this extra content I'm doing, which includes the extra hour on the morning show, the afternoon show, and the weekend shows I've been doing, all brought to you by Mike Lindell and My Pillow. And he knows that it's worth the effort on his part by you using the promo code Kane. So please do that. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Promo code Kane, Kane, at mypillow.com. All right. And the free shipping offer on orders of $100 or more is still in effect. Promo code Kane, Kane. Oh, man. No worries. Don't worry about the Star Trek. But you can see I can get roped into that real quick. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. I got to talk to you guys about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I was telling a caller earlier that I tuck my shirts in a lot now. Yeah, I do. I didn't tuck my shirts in for a long time because, well, it showed my belly. My stomach's flat now. If you watch it on YouTube, you can see I'm a lot thinner than I used to be. And you know what I've noticed? Because I'm watching myself now on the YouTube camera, and I've got my hands in my pocket, and I can see in the area between my torso and my arm. Before, my torso was a little wider. You couldn't really see. And my arms are a lot thinner, and my whole body's thinner, and I feel great, and I look great, and it's totally awesome. My results are typical with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. You can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. I'm going to give you their number. Call. Set up the free consultation. And I got to tell you, I've been in the maintain phase for quite a while now. I haven't gained an ounce back because I didn't have any of those big lifestyle choices, changes. If I would have had to exercise or starve myself or eat awful food, I would have gained weight back. You don't have to do any of that with Coastal Weight Loss Secret. There's also no shots, and there's no prescriptions. Now, I'm not the doctor. You go over and talk to Dr. Zuckerman, but I see these celebrities that do these pills and everything. They all look like they look like they've been in a concentration camp. They look awful, don't they? I look great. You know, I saw Ryan Seacrest yesterday. He looked like Karen Carpenter. You know, because they're all on those pills and shots, which, by the way, I understand you have to do those forever. Forget about it. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call, 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. This is Richie.
Hey, Richie.
I'd like to talk about your open carry.
Oh, I'm excited.
That you're so excited about.
Oh, yeah, heck yeah.
I know you are. Let me. I'm going to give you. I'm a realist, so I'm going to give you my thoughts. Okay. I can imagine. Going down Broward Boulevard from that rotten bus terminal to 441. The low-life freaks that I've seen all over the place, like Zombieland. I can imagine all of them with a nice holster on their hip with a weapon. I could also imagine having a hot dog at the Boca Town Center if they didn't have that no gun deal, and sitting there and watching all of the people around me with guns sticking out, saying to myself, I hope one of them isn't crazy, because if only one of them gets crazy, everything can
Richie,
go off.
I'm sure I've told you this before because people, I mentioned this to people that I used to ride Richie's bus when I was like in middle school and before I had a car in high school. And Richie doesn't remember me, but I remember you because of your voice.
Yeah, I know.
You were just a lot thinner, but I remember your voice, and I remember you gave me, but I was on your bus once and there was a guy sitting next to me on Broward Boulevard. He had a pistol in his pants. He showed me, and I was on your bus with you driving. I mean, they already got him there. The bad people.
But the thought, just like the thought of years ago when the banks all had security guards with guns there, they decided to make a business decision because it was making customers uncomfortable, even though those were the good guys, because nobody wanted a shootout in the bank.
Yeah.
My contention is that a person like you who's highly trained on a gun range still hasn't had police training.
No, I have. I've had advanced gun training.
Okay, then you've had police.
Yeah.
You've had police training. The average person that's going to walk around with a pistol hasn't had police training.
No,
I've
done
Clint Eastwood's out there.
No. There's people go to a gun range. It's nice. It's air conditioned. They got the bright lights. They squint their eye. They hold. They pose. They aim. They shoot the cardboard. No, that's not gun training. You need to learn how to shoot a gun when you have it up close to your body. You don't want to stick it out where the bad guy can snatch it from you. You got to have it up to your body. You got to have both eyes open. You got to know how to do it when you're being screamed at and called a mother or effer and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Going to the gun range, that's not preparing. You got to learn how to be in a gunfight. There's special training. It's not police training, but you want to take some specialized training to learn how to be in a gunfight, which hopefully you'll never end.
Okay, you got to learn how to be in a gunfight, and then they got people in the middle sitting there like me eating a hot dog from Nathan's in the middle of a mall. And if you're trained, you know how to be. And think about what I'm saying here. Yeah. Now I'm a realist. I'm a realist. I know this is a necessary thing. It's a shame. You should take your children to the zoo. And you weren't afraid in the zoo because all those wild animals had cages and they had bars and but we are in a zoo. It's a shame.
Oh yeah.
It's a shame. We have people out there that are just looking for the opportunity
But Richie, who is going to walk down Broward Boulevard
with a gun?
Anywhere.
If it's allowed to be on a hip.
You would walk down Broward Boulevard, day or night, with or without a gun. You'd be comfortable walking down Broward Boulevard.
No,
Are you kidding?
I would no. That's what I'm saying. There's all sorts of crazy people there. I mean, it's a freak heaven. If I could go on and on. I mean, you
can't walk down Broward. You cannot walk down Broward Boulevard until and even then it's sketch. Right? I mean,
you get mugged. You'll get mugged, robbed, the cops.
From 441 west of until you get to US 1, it is Escape from New York, day or night.
Brian, do you realize? But do you realize what's on that particular roadway there? Just really quick.
Yeah, the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, right, and the Fort Lauderdale Police Station.
Liquor store.
Yeah, Talent Liquor. Yeah, Talent Liquors. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Salvation Army, where you have all the homeless and people coming in. Then you have underneath you have the Juvenile Detention Center. And then you have Henderson Mental Clinic right in back of the Broward Sheriff's
It's
Department.
great. Yeah.
Two parole officers and a food stamp office.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a Faith Farm next door too, and a lot of Section 8 housing. And if you think that's bad, drive on the streets a block in where you can't see down Broward Boulevard. That's where it gets real sketchy.
Oh, I've been there.
Exactly. So I wouldn't go. You don't go down, Dave. I don't care if I had a gun on each hip. I wouldn't go down Broward Boulevard on foot. No.
I picked up a guy coming out of Pine Island. I'll never forget it. He got victims' rights, and I said, "What happened?"
Oh my goodness.
I went in to buy toothpaste in the convenience store next to that liquor store, and on Broward Boulevard.
Yeah.
And he said, a 15-year-old kid. I had my cash money for my paycheck. 15-year-old kid on a bicycle. Pulled out a gun and said, "Give me your money." And before I could even go in my pocket, he shot me.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, right across the street
from the Fort Lauderdale police station. Oh yeah, I know. That's the most dangerous place to be is in front of the Fort Lauderdale police station. I wouldn't go anywhere near that place on foot. No way.
No. So I'm saying with these open carry, Can you imagine people? Can you imagine? You
I
trained
can't
to
wait,
shoot it.
Richie.
I mean,
I can't wait.
What would you do? What would you do if some crazy man pulled out a gun? You're the good guy with the gun, and you're in the middle of a mall. You're going to shoot at him to save him, or you're going to run away?
I have to know where I was. I mean, I don't know. You know, you don't want to shoot out in the open. You'll shoot somebody.
But he's shooting out in the open.
Oh, what are the chances of that happening? The most likely the most likely chance of that happening is getting mugged in the parking lot. That's
there are people out there that have their marbles up between their ears right now, and they flip out. And when they flip out, if they have a gun and they're flipped out, I mean, a guy goes home, sees his wife with someone else and goes crazy.
Richie,
he's got a gun on his hip.
You live in a place. You live in a town in a part of Florida where the crime rate's like 0.
Yeah, but we have a gun range here, by the way.
Yeah. All right, Richie, I got to run. No, I can't wait. I'm very excited. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Welcome, everyone. Okay. If you're on hold, stand by. I'll take some more calls when we get back. I got more to cover that I haven't gotten to. $25 seconds. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. This is indeed where MAGA comes to talk. The show has flown by today. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. On the radio since 1977. All right, let's take some more calls. I got a lot more to cover, but has the show flown by for you? Oh, my goodness. This show has flown by. I cannot believe it is 33 minutes after 8. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. This is Sean from Massachusetts. Good morning.
Hey, Sean. What's up?
Hey. Before I get into what I was going to say, I wanted to say one thing about the Star Trek thing. I don't want to keep you on there.
Oh, you get me in trouble.
You might like. There was a channel on YouTube called Star Trek Continues, and it's about a guy named Vic Mignogna, who's a voice actor.
Yeah, I know Vic Mignogna. I've been on the sets of that. I made a YouTube video. I'll put this in.
Yeah, okay.
I'll put I know Vic Mignogna. Yeah,
Okay.
and I will put.
That was the set.
Did you see this? Did you see the video of me on the sets of Star Trek?
Yeah, I did.
It was
I did
on the
see
Star
that.
Trek
That was
Continues set, and Vic Mignogna was there in his Mirror Universe Captain Kirk costume all day. It was freaking insane.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes, I do remember that.
Yes.
That was awesome. Yeah,
Vic
he did a
Mignogna.
great job with that. So he's a great guy too.
He's I don't know if he's MAGA.
He is.
He's MAGA.
He's very base. His values are really great, and I think that's what we need. And they canceled him for no reason. This whole thing with ABC, this gaslighting is absolutely ridiculous. And they're really trying to play us for fools. And Jimmy Kimmel, the whole thing with this margin they're trying to pull with him is absolutely ridiculous. And,
well, I opened the show with this, and I've been wanting to get back to it, but when I brought up the open carry, it's call after call, and I'm surprised. I don't think I've heard from. Have I heard from one? These have been conservatives mostly. I haven't heard from one conservative excited about open carry in Florida. I'm in shock. Am I the only one? I mean, I've been waiting for this my whole life. But this thing with Jimmy Kimmel, who's coming back tonight, I opened the show with this, and I'll just restate a little bit of what I said. This has been a big publicity stunt, okay? The FCC and Donald Trump didn't do anything to get ABC to take him off. What happened was they had a tragedy. Charlie Kirk was not only assassinated by a leftist, it was a brutal assassination that everybody saw. Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue is an anti-Trump MAGA monologue every night. And they were concerned. I promise you. They had a meeting. What are we going to do? This just happened. How can I go? And they came up with this publicity stunt, which I call it the Cracker Barrel model. In the old days a few years ago, if a company wanted some online publicity, they would try to get a viral video going, okay? And the era of the viral video is over. There's too much content online, and it's just not that way anymore. It'd have to be something unusual. And so Cracker Barrel, what they did was a publicity stunt. They remodeled a couple of restaurants, and it was very mild remodeling. They changed the signs and took all the junk off the walls is basically all they did. And about 2 days they changed. Now they were going out of business. Now they're booming with business and packed. Jimmy Kimmel and ABC and his agents came up with this idea. He needed to take a couple days off anyway after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now they've created this totally fake narrative. Now I understand the guy from the FCC did a couple interviews. Okay, President Trump didn't volunteer. He was asked by reporters. Now, this publicity stunt, he's coming back to the air tonight, and he's going to have huge ratings because the liberals have created that he's a victim, right? That his First Amendment was being violated. No, this was a big publicity stunt, probably cooked up by Jimmy Kimmel himself.
Right. I mean, but what does he get? What does he get? A million viewers a night or something? And that's still not a real lot. Think about it.
I've had over 3 million people tune into this program in the last 28 days. 3 million listeners. Now, I know, and again, we're not national. In a way we are, but you know what I mean. His ratings are in the toilet.
Yeah. I mean, the person with the podcast can just get more views than these clowns. And, again, we've seen what kind of power they don't have, by... when they try and do podcasts themselves because they can't really reach anything.
Well, part of listen, late night shows have been going down the tubes for a long time. And another thing I want to add, the Sinclair stations are still not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel tonight. And there were two companies that were, by the way, thanks for the call. There were two companies that weren't going to carry Jimmy Kimmel last week. Sinclair's the smallest one. They have, I don't know I forgot offhand how many stations they have that are ABC affiliates, because they have a lot of stations that are affiliated with other networks. But most of the Sinclair stations are in small or medium-sized markets. Some of their biggest markets are Baltimore and D.C., but they're mostly like in Raleigh is another one of their bigger markets. They're in places I've never heard of before. The big company, Tenet, they're going to carry them as of now. That may change. But here's my question. These Sinclair stations are not going to carry Jimmy Kimmel. Will you still be able to pick him up on the Disney Hulu? You know, Disney and Hulu are the same app now. Are you still going to be able to watch Jimmy Kimmel on the Disney Hulu app in those markets? Yeah. Or on does ABC have their own app? Probably. You can get it there. So is he really off the air in those markets? This is such a fake news con job. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name?
Hi, Brian.
Yeah.
Hi, Brian. It's Paul in Kissimmee.
Paul in Kissimmee.
I watched. Yep. I just wanted to say I'm excited about it.
Open carry?
I just want some
yeah,
people,
if I were in Kissimmee, I would be too. Those motels that the homeless live in now. Oh my goodness. You walk down the mean streets of Kissimmee, you're gonna want to be packing.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of people that are saying they're scared about this, they don't realize, but it's already legal in 46 states.
Yeah.
To open carry.
Yeah.
And have you heard anything in the news, negative or any bad thing happening because of open carry in any of these states? I think we were the only Republican state that was against it.
Yeah, and you know, Kissimmee, for those that don't know Kissimmee, that's where Walt Disney World is. And most people that are you a lifetime Floridian pretty much?
No, I moved here in '97, so I've been here about 27.
That's a long time. You've been here a long time. You know, so but Kissimmee, even though it's near Disney, that's like old Florida, right? So it doesn't surprise. But you're the only guy that's called me all morning about this, that's excited about this, and I've been hearing from MAGA person after MAGA person who wants nothing to do with this open carry. I don't get it. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. I'm hearing so many people are worried about open carry. And like I said, it's been going on for a long time in 46 other states, and what the things they're worried about is not happening. I was always like you. I was worried about the imprinting, and like you said, it's hot. I wear a jacket maybe 2 or 3 times out of the whole year.
And it's a lot colder in Kissimmee than it is where I'm at. You know exactly what I mean. It's hard to conceal with the Florida clothes. You can tell who's packing in Florida with concealed because they're dressed like they live in Portland, Oregon in the summer, right?
Well, yeah, and I live in a very liberal county. I mean, we just voted for Trump this last go-around, but all the other years I've been here, Osceola's always voted for the Democrats.
Yeah.
And I talked to a sheriff one time in a store in our county, and I asked him because I was concerned about, I go, what happens if I bend over and someone sees my gun? And he said, no, he said they had changed the law, as far as I know, that as long as you were trying to conceal it and not brandishing it.
A lot of that is up to the discretion of the officer, and most cops are liberal. Okay, I know people like to think they're not.
They are.
Yeah, most cops are liberal. They're government workers, right? So
exactly.
So the police. I know the police. We back the blue and all that. But when it comes to that, but like I said,
I like having the choice.
I'm not going to do it until I see other people doing it for a while, because there has been, I don't think most people in Florida know they come Thursday, open carry is going to be the law. And I think people are going to be calling the cops like nobody's business, freaking out. Because some guys, I just have my 38 ultralight with no hammer, my Glock. I'm not going to carry my bigger stuff. There are going to be guys walking around with fully decked out AR-15s with all the attachments. That's going to scare people to death.
Yeah. I mean, really, the biggest concern I have, I agree with that 100%. The other concern is, like you said, where common sense, we know the federal buildings and schools and stuff like, government buildings, we don't carry.
Yeah.
But I am, like you, worried about the private businesses, you really got to be paying attention for a sign on their front or something, because if you don't see it, you're get in a lot of trouble.
You can. If you carry a gun where a private business, even after open carry is fully official on Thursday, and you don't leave and they call the police, it is felony trespass. You will have a felony arrest.
That's the scary part.
So you got to be very careful. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I won't be carrying it in Starbucks.
Yeah.
But Walmart now. But my guess is Walmart lets you. I'm guessing. I don't know, because Walmart's in a lot of these states out in the sticks and everything, where they've had it for a long time.
Well, the thing is, I was like you. I was expecting to hear all these stores coming out saying you can't carry, and I haven't heard that.
Nothing. That's why I'm telling you, people don't know. All right, appreciate the call. Take care. All right. I was talking earlier about coastal weight loss. Let me tell you, the thing about losing weight, I had when I first started Coastal Weight Loss Secret, I didn't know anything about it. When I first went there for my free consultation, which you want to call and take advantage of your no-charge consultation, I thought that I was going to be, I thought either I was going to have to get some shots or take a bunch of pills. None of that's true, and there's none of that. But I was expecting to walk out with a box of food that tasted awful, that was really tiny. And I was shocked that I could eat foods I would normally eat. And when I can't, you guys watch my weight loss journey. You listen to me on the show. You watch me on YouTube. Totally effortless. And that's why I'm in the maintain phase. And I have not gained an ounce back. And if you notice, I'm shaving now. I stopped shaving, and I didn't realize this until after. Okay, but I wasn't shaving to kind of hide things, and now I don't have that chin. I got my square jaw back, right? I lost all that extra stuff that was around my face that made it round. I don't know where all of it went, but it's gone, and my results are typical. With Coastal Weight Loss Secret, you can lose 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 60 days. Give them a call, and set up that no-charge consultation. They can help you no matter where you are in the United States. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. That's 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightlosssecret.com. We'll be right back. Great calls today, guys. I must say, great calls. Hey there, hold on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. It's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca Raton with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how are the metals looking on this Tuesday?
Amazing. They're looking amazing.
Go.
Gold up between yesterday and today about $100. Yesterday, we saw gold trade in a range of $36.83 all the way up to $3,750. And closing out the day at $37.45.70. That was up $61.70. Silver gained 99 cents yesterday, closing at $43.99, while platinum was up $10 at $1,414. And palladium gained $32 at $1,166. The rally continues this morning, and as we see gold trading in a range overnight from $37.36 on the low all the way up to $3,791 so far this morning. $3,783.30 right now, up $37.60. Silver up another 30 cents at $44.30 the ounce. Platinum up $47 at $1,461, and palladium up $30 at $1,196. So obviously, money is seeking out what is real money, and real money is still gold, silver, and the precious metals.
No doubt about it. Now, let me ask you, because, at these incredible prices, how is the pre-33 gold prices? Are they still holding well?
Very reasonable. Yes, they're holding, and still a bargain for anybody interested.
Yeah, when I ask questions like that, what I'm asking, William, is what can I get the most gold for my money with, right? Especially at these prices. Listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. Give him a call, 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010, or stop in at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. And you can find both his address and phone number on his website, williamyoungerman.com. All right, William, we'll talk tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, I can hear them already lining up, even though he's not going to be open for over an hour. All right, so if you're on hold, stand by. I must tell you, I am in shock at the response on the phones today that all these MAGA people, only one, the guy in Kissimmee, is excited about open carry. Everybody else was again. I'm in shock. I thought it would be the opposite. I thought all you guys were like me that have been waiting around all our lives to get this great, exciting thing, but I guess not so much. There's a couple things that I wanted to get into. This Democrat that's running for governor in New Jersey, I was talking with Steve yesterday. Excuse me, guys. The Democrats have no understanding of how this country's changed in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Was watching some of the liberal coverage of things that have been going on in this country, and they have no idea. Yesterday, Jack Posobiec said, I like Jack Posobiec, don't get me wrong, he's a good guy. I like him a lot. But he said yesterday that this Jimmy Kimmel thing was just to get Charlie Kirk out of the news cycle. No, the left are not aware of the importance of Charlie Kirk enough to do that. But the Democrats, they have gotten creamed everywhere. And they're not changing what they're doing. This is the Democrat that's running for the governor of New Jersey. And listen to what she says here. This tells you how out of touch the Democrats are.
Should parents have the right to opt their kids out of LGBTQ-related content in the same way that right now they can be removed from sex ed and health curriculum classes?
Look, I believe that parents have the right to oversee their children's education. I would push an LGBTQ education into our schools. Parents have a right to opt out of a lot of things, but this is not an area where they should be opting out, because this is an area of understanding the background of people throughout our nation. And right now we see, for example, at the Naval Academy.
Okay, so she is wants to have LGBTQ plus education, whatever that is, not only mandatory in the public schools. She does not want parents to be able to opt their children out of it. She wants to make it illegal as a Democrat for parents to opt their own children out of the mandatory LGBTQ plus, whatever that means, education in schools. I don't even know what that means. Even after they've gotten creamed on everything, the Democrats have no idea where the pulse of this country is right now, which is a good thing because that means they're going to lose more elections. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. James from Boca.
Hey, James. What's up?
Well, I'll be the second one that's excited about this then.
Good.
Because very much so.
Good.
And then a story. We were in Chicago working or lived in. We went down to North Carolina or Tennessee, and everybody was carrying a gun. I had no problem with it because I'm Gen X. Everybody used to have that. But every kid in my crew, which was like 4 kids under 25 at that time, were freaking out at the Walmart. That all these guys got guns. I said, no one's shooting anybody. Just
exactly.
It's for protection. So, no. I got a hammerless 38 also I'll be carrying. So.
The hammerless 38 ultralight is, I got it as a carry weapon because without the hammer, it it doesn't get caught on your clothes, for concealed. Yep. And it's only good for close range. You go to the gun range, it's like, because it's so light, the recoil, a 38 has a 357 round in it, right? So the recoil is, it's something else. But that's good. So you and I will be the 2 guys in Boca.
Close. You're not gonna be shooting. Like the guy in the mall that girl brought up. It's for close contact.
No, I remember once Steve and I
think everybody else should be.
Steve and I went to the gun range once, and we were shooting the silhouettes. And I was using my 38 Ultra. The ultralight is so light when you fire the round, the gun kick. It doesn't have the weight to hold the weapon. And I every round I hit was in the guy's left arm, and Steve's hitting dead center with, I can't remember what he was shooting with. He was hitting dead center mass, and he said, my guy's down. He says, your guy, he hurt his arm a little bit. you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm excited. So you and I will be the 2 guys in Boca packing.
Amen.
Yeah. All right. Take care. Oh man. This is when you get to find out who the real conservatives are. I mean, the thing about Florida, because I was asking some of these guys, are you a lifetime Floridian? There's been so much migration of people moving to Florida. A lot of people have come here and they're conservative, but they grew up in Washington State, Pennsylvania, New York. So, I grew up in Florida, and it's a gun culture. So I've always had guns within arm's reach of me. Now, before we go back to the phones, I want to tell everyone about the Sloman Shield link. This is like the most super cool thing. And as I go through this, understand this. The Sloman Shield link works and connects on all the devices you already have in your home. So what it is, with the Sloman Shield link, you take your everyday routines and your own preferences and connect the Sloman Shield link to all the devices in your house to react to you and your actions. So you come home at night, your lights come on. Your music, your TV, your computer, whatever it is, come on as soon as you enter the house. You can set it up pretty much based on anything you want, including automatically turning down your thermostat when you turn your alarm on and leave the house for the day. So you save all that electricity. Turn your security lights on anywhere in your house or even outside whenever you want that. And remember, the Sloman Shield link is compatible with all the devices you already have in home. Sloman's includes installation for all your devices, plus they offer 24/7 support, whether you need to troubleshoot a problem or you want to add something. So it could be 1 a.m, you want to add something. You can call and they can do that for you. Give them a call, 833-283-5050, 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. All right, let me take some more of these calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Joy from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, so I really support the Second Amendment, but I have to say it is a little bit scary to see, people. It will be a little bit scary to see people walking around with guns.
Oh, I can't wait.
Two instances. I was getting my hair cut late night in not the best area here in Wilton Manors, and my hairdresser, I said, aren't you a little bit nervous to be here at nighttime by yourself? he pulls out this big gun, and it's like, oh my God, it was a little bit scary.
Well,
but,
he just broke the law. His gun was not concealed. You can't wave your guns around. You can't take your guns out of the.
No, he wasn't waving it. No, he showed me. I mean, I knew him. He was somewhat of a friend, but you know, he just showed me. No, I'm not scared.
But you know, Joan, listen. A month or so ago, my daughter flew out to L.A. from the Fort Lauderdale airport. I dropped her off at the airport at 4:30. And it was on a Saturday or a Sunday. I can't remember which day. And I went down to Fort Lauderdale Beach, and I was going to live stream the sunrise. I parked in that parking lot across from BHMR, that public parking lot. I got 20 feet from my car, and I said, this is nuts. The people walking around here, it was scary as hell. The homeless in Fort Lauderdale, I got back in my car and came back home. You know, if I got my weapon, I wouldn't have had to worry.
Right. Oh, I understand that. You know, I would love to own a gun. I would love to own a gun, but you know, I'm not sure how I get over that fear because I freeze up if something.
Where are you from originally?
Michigan.
There you go.
Which is a big gun. I mean, my dad went hunting. I did shoot a gun a couple times, and my brother-in-law was a big hunter.
Yeah.
So I'm around, but I just. You know, I freeze up if somebody probably snuck up on me or to do me harm, or said, you know, can I have a cigarette? And I turn around and blow their head off.
Oh well,
you know,
then you would not be a responsible gun owner, Joan. All right, listen, I got to run. We're out of time, but thanks for the call. All right.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Okay, it's the Steve Kane Show. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump, and of course, God bless the late great Charlie Kirk. See you tomorrow, 6 a.m. All right, we're clear on the radio, but I'm going to continue here on YouTube. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's Greg.
Oh, hey, Greg. What's up?
Hey, a couple items. One, I did see someone in Boca at a gas station with open and carry. He had his firearm by his hip.
Really? When?
So, about an hour ago.
Wow. I'm shocked. I haven't seen anyone do it yet.
I was actually, I saw it firsthand. I was a little taken back at first, and then I thought, I'm on the fence as far as this open carry goes. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. I was taken back by it. I think the store owner, it was a gas station on Palmetto Park Road, I think she was taken back by it. But I think as time progresses, we'll become accustomed to it. You know, just in the beginning, I think there's going to be a huge.
Well, are you for or against it or nervous? What are your thoughts?
Like I said, I think there's pros and cons.
That's all middle of the road. You're not usually a line walker. I mean, you know, you usually have an opinion.
No, but with this, I'm pro Second Amendment. You know, I love DeSantis, and you can thank our governor for this because you know he's the one that got this through. But at the same token, I think it's going to cause a disturbance in the beginning. I think kids will be taken back by it. You know, young kids are going to be like, "Oh my God, there's a gun." You know, if you're going through the mall or whatever.
Well, you can't carry it. Well, that's why I'm not going to do it at first because you know, it's in the local news, but I don't think most people know. And some guys.
No, I don't.
My guns aren't flashy. I don't buy flashy guns, and a lot of guys do. Okay, and when guys are walking around with an AR-15 strapped to their hip or over their shoulder, people are going to freak out.
Yes, and I understand why, because it's going to be in the beginning. They're like, oh my God, he's carrying like a rifle or a weapon around, and it's going to, you know what? They need to listen. No one watches the local news pretty much anymore. They're obsolete, like late night talk shows.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So I think Florida has to have a huge program to inform the American people, to get it out there. Use social media. You know, whatever it takes. Let Floridians know. But for your show, and I'll give you kudos, I wouldn't have known about it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one.
Nothing.
I haven't seen one public service announcement. I haven't got one text from anybody, you know, saying, guess what, open carry. But like that guy was doing it today. He had it. I don't know. I'm not a gun owner personally.
I haven't heard. The Palm Beach County, I would not do it yet at all, especially in Palm Beach County or Boca. The it doesn't really go into effect until Thursday because they have that waiting period after the court ruling for a challenge by the state, which they said they're not going to do. But we got a Democrat sheriff in Palm Beach County who I don't like, and the Boca cops. I don't know. I wouldn't do it now. I haven't heard the Palm Beach County sheriff or the Boca police say that they're not going to enforce it yet.
Well, this gentleman, I guarantee you today, is going to be confronted somewhere, somehow. If he's wearing a short sleeve shirt, pants, and had it wide open. And I was like, wow. So someone's going to follow up, take down his license plate or something. He's going to be confronted because he's breaking the law right now, according to you, correct?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know.
It's not enforced, you said. You said it's not enforced till Thursday.
Heard. I'm not a lawyer. You're a lawyer, right? I don't know. But I've heard.
I haven't seen the law though.
I've heard. I was there's one lawyer that I listened to online who's a gun rights advocate and he's an attorney. He said wait until the 25th to be safe. Because a lot of these sheriffs are saying, well, we're not going to enforce it. Yeah, but what about if you're in Boca? You're in the jurisdiction of the Boca local municipality police department, and I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what they're, listen.
Now you're wrapped up in the criminal justice system.
Wait till Thursday.
Innocent, you still have to get
just wait till Thursday.
To be safe. I agree.
Yeah.
And now listen, I just want to address the one topic you brought up here about Jimmy Kimmel. Why did Ted Cruz come out, and I love Ted Cruz. I think you love him too, correct?
Yeah.
Why did he come out adamantly and furious about Jimmy Kimmel and censorship?
I don't know. I don't think it was censorship because the president was asked questions about it on 2 or 3 occasions and answered. He did nothing other than voice his opinion. And when he said the other ones are going to be next, he was talking about their ratings. He said Jimmy Kimmel's ratings knocked him off the air. The guy from the FCC did some interviews. He did an interview with Benny Johnson, Jesse Waters, and then another panel, and he talked about action that he didn't take. So there was no government action. It was ABC that did it. So there's no free speech violation.
Then why is ABC putting him back on if it's losing millions upon millions of dollars? It's still going to lose. It might be a short-term ratings boost, but it's going to go down once again.
Well, maybe they would rather. Who knows? Maybe they want to see if the publicity will bring the show back to life, or maybe
we all know it's not.
The one thing I haven't seen reported, and I'm not saying it hasn't been out there. I just haven't seen it. But I don't really read these Kimmel stories. But I don't know how much time's left on his contract. So maybe for them to end the contract, they don't want to pay him. I don't know how long he has left. Is it a year? Is it 3 years? Maybe they figure it's better just to pay him to work instead of not to work, at least for now.
I don't know either. But you're making my point. I don't really think we actually knew what happened. We don't listen. Are you telling me that? Oh, by the way, did you see that text or whatever message that Trump sent out to Pam Bondi?
I did a whole show about it over the weekend. Yeah, that was awesome. He texted Pam Bondi. He texted Pam Bondi a private text, and then he posted it on True Social that she hasn't been doing enough with the arrest. Yeah, that was great.
And you're not supposed to interfere with the attorney general. She's supposed to be independent, not taking advice.
He's got a First Amendment. Just because you're president doesn't mean you don't have a First Amendment right to voice what you think, right?
No, this isn't a First Amendment. It's an ethical matter.
I don't know about that. Maybe
it's not First Amendment. He could say, yes. Listen, the attorney. You don't want presidents. That's lawfare, right?
But you know what I don't know, Greg. This is what I don't know about Pam Bondi. Okay, I'm going to support whatever and whoever Trump supports. But he seemed pretty aggravated with her. And that new U.S. attorney he appointed, who was with a Fort Lauderdale law firm, she looks like a model. I don't know if you've seen her, Lindsay, whatever her name is. She looks like she might be on deck to replace. And I don't have any memory of anything that Pam Bondi did as attorney general. She was attorney general for 8 years. And I don't, like our new attorney general that we have, this new guy, he's done 2 things. It was his idea, for not DeSantis. It was the Attorney General of Florida now. Alligator Alcatraz was his idea. He's the one that made the first video on the airboat out in the Everglades. And this open carry thing, he made the decision not to appeal the court decision to make open carry legal this week. I don't know of anything Pam Bondi did off the top of my head as Attorney General. Do you? She was Attorney General 8 years.
You know what? Nothing of like notoriety. I agree, but let's put it this way.
So what I wonder,
Pam
well, hold
Bondi,
on.
I never heard anything negative about her.
Well, this is what I wonder.
I never heard anything negative about her either.
I've mentioned this many times to people. She's much better looking in person. She doesn't look nearly as good on TV as she does in person. And I'm wondering, has she just gotten through life on her beauty? You know, does she really know what? Or no. You know, there's two possibilities there's three possibilities that I can think of. Okay, like why haven't there been arrests and indictments with Comey and all these? Now there's a fourth possibility that they have sealed indictments that we don't know about yet. Okay, that's possible, but if that were possible, I don't think Trump would have fired off that text and put it to Truth Social. Either she doesn't know what she's doing, or that's one possibility.
You're making my point. You're making my point, Brian.
Well, let me finish.
She should be talking to Trump about it.
Let me finish, Greg. Okay, because I want to hear your thoughts.
Go ahead.
She either doesn't know what she's doing, right? Like I don't think Dan Bongino knows what he's doing. Okay, I think he's over his head. Two, she did come up through the bushes. Okay, she came up through Jeb. So second possibility is she's covering up and protecting these deep staters and never Trumpers. And the third possibility is she's scared to arrest Comey. Right? I mean, those are the possibilities.
You know what? Listen, the third I could concur with to a degree because you're going against forces that are very powerful and you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But she shouldn't be discussing pending cases or any cases with the president of the United States.
Well, we don't know that she did. We don't know that she did. He did.
We don't. But guess what? If she doesn't, then how does President Trump know what she's doing or not doing?
Well, he knows what's in the news. People will tell him.
But listen. You think she thinks she's going to be saying things like about a pending investigation and indictments, sealed indictments, grand juries? No, that's private matters. But you know what? By the way, Pam Bondi was maybe the biggest advocate for voter fraud with Trump. Do you remember that? She was going.
She was one of his attorneys. Right. Yeah.
So if she was a never Trump or a Bush supporter, why would have she gone out on the limb?
Well, no, I didn't say any of those things are true. I said those are the only possibilities. She's working on it, and we have or those other three. There's, you know, it's disappointing, but I understand the fear factor. Comey's a scary, psychotic person. Comey, right? And Brennan is.
And he's crazy.
They're all crazy. You know, Brennan, Comey, and who's that? Brennan, Comey. Who's the guy, the skinnier one? He's the worst. He's worse than Comey. Clapper. Brennan, Comey, and Clapper are all three scary, psychotic people, and it's very dangerous to challenge and take them on and arrest them. It is very dangerous. There's no doubt about it. They're psychotic.
You better have your I's dotted, your T's crossed. Give her more time, because that's the one thing, Brian. You're hot and cold on a daily basis about the appointees. You hated Cash one day, then when he did that press conference, they arrested the guy.
It's frustration. Frustration. Because we want these people arrested, and there's a lot of frustration with Pam Bongino, Kash Patel, and when Kash Patel was at that press conference with the governor in Utah last week, it was an embarrassment. He was off on the side. I mean, any other FBI director would have been front and center with the governor. I mean, that was insane.
Well, here's the thing too, and let's see if you agree with this, because I know you'll never say anything against Trump.
Never.
But he appointed people. He appointed people with little or no government experience, and they don't know what to do. They're throwing overhead.
Kash had some experience, but it was lower level than you. And this is what I think Bongino has done. I think Bongino has been done a very good job of padding his resume on the air.
And you know what? That's right. And guess what? That's the job of the president, to make sure you get qualified people in there with a solid resume that can run organizations. They're thrown into the fire. You're wanting him to do investigations. He's running a huge organization, and you want these people to like jump in there and be able to do this job that we all think they can do. When you don't know, that guy's probably sleeping like 4 hours a day if he's lucky, Cash. And then also, The Defense Department. You're the biggest organization in the world. You throw someone with no organizational experience.
I'll tell you. Okay, Robert Redford just died, right? And he made there was a very famous movie he made called The Candidate back in the. You ever see The Candidate?
A long time.
It's a really good movie.
I don't really.
Okay, at the end of it's a very good movie. He's a guy who's the son of a governor, and he runs for Senate in California, and it follows the whole campaign. It's very good. And the last scene of the movie, he just won. He's in his hotel room with his campaign managers, and he says, "Okay, we won. Now what do we do?" Like he didn't know what to do. He's just, you know what I mean? And Robert Redford.
And that's what these people.
That's what's happened with Kash Patel and Bongino. They, it's. They're not qualified to be doing that.
And the defense secretary as well. The defense secretary.
Pete Hegseth's spectacular. No. He's spectacular.
He's running the largest organization in the entire world. And you throw him in there because he's a Fox News commentator and he was a great warrior for our country. But he didn't have the qualifications.
No, excuse me. He's doing a great job. He was, I think, I could be wrong. I think when he left, he was a lieutenant colonel. Maybe major, but one of Obama's defense secretaries was an enlisted man in the military, and everybody made a big deal. He was the first enlisted man. It might have been a Bush secretary. I think no. Was Rumsfeld the only defense secretary with? There was one defense secretary. It was either Obama or Bush, but he was an enlisted man, and the media made a big deal. Wow, the first enlisted man to be the defense secretary. Pete Hegseth's doing a kick-ass job. He's doing a great job.
We haven't seen Pete in a long time, but he made some.
What are you talking about? He was at the memorial. I saw him at the memorial.
No, I mean of actions he's taken.
He got rid of. He fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and replaced him. With Kane. He got rid of all those trans people in the service. That was a pretty ballsy move.
You know what? I agree with that. I'm not totally opposed to Pete Hegseth. I just don't think he has the experience to run the biggest operation in the world.
Why? He's doing a great job. He's doing he hasn't failed yet. They took out that Iranian. When they took out that Iranian reactor, they dropped the bomb in the air duct. I mean, he led that was a very complex mission that he oversaw. I think he did I think he's doing a good job.
I'll give you, all right, you know what? We'll leave Pete alone. You're right. The Iranian thing was amazing. And guess what? This is the thing. And by the way, one liberal caller called earlier. I think if President Trump would just stop speaking to the media as much as he does, I think this country would be much more in favor for him. But when he says we knocked out their entire nuclear arsenal. We don't know if it was the entire thing, but the media jumps on it. You know what the media is going to do. So why give them all this ammunition?
No, he doesn't. He does do a lot. It's not like the first term. In the first term, he would sit there in the first term and talk to Jim Acosta for an hour and 15 minutes trying to win him over. He doesn't do that now. He just tells them he's rude. He'll tell them to shut up. When he had the press conference yesterday, one of them asked a question. He's like, "Oh, you're a disgusting question." And he's like, "Oh, you're from CNN. No, you don't get a question. No, you're fake news." But he doesn't try to win them over anymore. He doesn't care what they think. Like he did. In the first term, he was trying to win them over. He does. No, I don't agree with you. They're never going to like Trump, no matter what. He could talk. He could not talk. He could cure cancer. They're still going to hate him. All right, Greg, we're getting along too much here.
I agree. You have a good day, Brian.
All right. Yes, we can't be getting along like this. We'll run our reps. Now, I want to remind you guys, I've expanded the show to 4 hours. All this new programming that I've been bringing to you is all brought to you by Mike Lindell at MyPillow. Okay? So make sure you go to mypillow.com and use my promo code Kane at checkout. You can take advantage of all the specials at mypillow.com, not just the ones I talk about, with the promo code Kane at checkout. And let Mike Lindell know that his support of this program is well placed, okay? Because believe me, they keep track of all that stuff. So all this extra programming I've been bringing to you is brought to you by MyPillow. So you got to use my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane. And again, you can take advantage of all the specials at mypillow.com, not just the ones that I talk about. And remember, free shipping on all orders that are $100 or more. And I don't know how long that's going to last, because when these clearance sales are gone, and they get into the Christmas season, that may not be there or may not. With a free shipping offer, those usually end without notice. If they tell me in advance, I tell you, but I don't. This is one I think will end without notice. So let Mike know that you're supporting me and his company by using my promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com. And I want to tell you guys, I want to thank all of you for watching and supporting the program. And the program and the channel here has grown to just amazing levels, and that's because of all of you. I am 100% independent in everything I do. I get no help from I know I'm with the radio station and all that. I get no help on doing any of this stuff, and you guys have grown this community. And the growth of the community is how I've been doing all these TV appearances and everything. They've been inviting me on television and stuff. That's because of you and your support growing this channel, and it is greatly appreciated. It really, truly is. And I do appreciate all of you for watching, subscribing, becoming members, becoming Patreon supporters, going to mypillow.com. All your support helps. And subscribing and liking the video, that helps tremendously. And if you could take the links and share on your socials, that helps too. And, if it wasn't for your support, where would I be, right? And you guys got me on national TV many times, and they asked, and I've asked to be on national TV quite regularly, and that's because of your support growing this channel. And thank you so much. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Mike from Houston. How are you?
All right, Mike, what's up, man?
Yeah, so just wanted to touch on something about what the gentleman was saying earlier about his concerns over certain cabinet officials not being, long-term government experience. It's been my experience sometimes outsiders can do the best job because they haven't been institutionalized. They come in with a fresh mind, a fresh energy, and they don't know that, well, this is the way we've always done things. I've had a lot of government experience, contracting experience, and a lot of times government will continue to follow the same policies that are outdated and antiquated because that's how we've always done it.
Well,
and so sometimes you do need a clean, a new broom sweeps cleanest, something like that.
This is the thing. Behind the scenes people can screw things up, and the government's so large with the bureaucracy. Mike is our board op at the radio station, okay?
Right.
Over the years, we have had more board ops than I can remember. He's the only board op that hasn't sabotaged the show. And he's by the way, he's not listening now because the radio show's over, okay? The next show's begun.
Yeah.
And every board op we've had over the years sabotaged the show. And they sabotage it in ways that you don't even know half the time. And that's why we didn't have a board op for many, many years because, and when we came to the radio station here that we're on now, I didn't want a board op because we'd had so many saboteurs. And so the point of that is the bureaucracy can screw all kinds of things up. And, just let me finish. Like President Trump, when he first started signing executive orders in this second term, he was talking about how he would sign executive orders in the first term. They'd never get implemented because the bureaucrats wouldn't implement it. So now he took precautions to make sure they are. So sometimes, go ahead. So Kash Patel could be running into that.
Yeah, and I have no problems with Kash Patel or Dan Bongino, or Pam Bondi.
Well, don't you want Comey arrested by? It's been 7 months, 8 months.
Yes. Oh yes, I want it. But you know what? I want that conviction to stick. Okay, so I don't want it rushed. I don't want them to drag their feet either to where the opposition has time to build a defense. So, and for us, for people like you and me, let me just speak for myself. I don't need a conviction. I just need your face in the newspaper, okay? Because that in Washington, D.C. is just as bad as a conviction, okay? When you've been arrested, indicted, arrested, and all that is just as bad as a conviction.
Yeah.
But let me touch on one personal experience I had when I was on contract a few years ago up in D.C.
Uh-huh.
We had a staff member who was actively thwarting the directives of our office manager, and I had it in emails. I could not, and this was like a GS9 or something, who was, and I don't know what her problem was, okay, because these were legal, legitimate directions from competent authority telling her, I want you to do this with Mike, okay? And she was, so what I'm getting at is you have a lot of people in the government who bring a lot of issues. This is how it should be done because I'm this hyphenated entity or demographic or that. And so, like I said,
what level of government did you work with? Federal, local, what was it?
I've actually, over the course of 40 years, I've done a little bit of everything. But in that case, I was working for the federal government. I was with the Justice Department over at the federal courthouse.
Okay, well this might make sense. Oh, perfect. Ground zero for these scumbuckets. See, the bureaucracy. This is how I read it. The bureaucrats, the lifetime federal workers that are in the D.C., Northern Virginia area, because Northern Virginia is an expansion of D.C., right?
It is.
They think they're a different class of person, that they have answered President Kennedy's call to public service, and it's their country and we're just living in it. They think they're better people. And they also have, don't they think that way? And they have
absolutely.
Yes. And they also believe that whatever administration comes, they're just temporarily there. They're there forever, so screw them.
Unless it's an administration that aligns with their personal beliefs,
exactly.
Like the Bidens or Obamas.
But this answering the President Kennedy's call to public service is they think they're superior Americans.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is when President Trump began turning off the taps and getting rid of the dead weight. Let me tell you something. I would say easily about 60% of all federal staffing could be eliminated because of redundancy and incompetence.
Yeah.
These people, I mean, it was so frustrating to work there. But I will say one of the great things was I got to see the Paul Manafort trial firsthand. I literally sat behind him.
By the way, Paul Manafort is often forgotten. He was President Trump's campaign manager after Corey Lewandowski in the first term, and they put him in jail too. Right.
Yes, that was a clear message to everyone else. They pulled down a case that had been sitting on the shelf for like 8 years.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a clear case. It was a statement to all of Trump's supporters. We can do this to him. You people better shut up and fall in line or we're going to do it to you. And I'll tell you something. I sat there and it was I felt kind of like I was in the Roman Colosseum watching a Christian being fed to the lions.
Yeah.
And it's just like, this is so wrong. This is so, and I was the minority, okay, because everyone else on staff were Democrats, and they didn't realize that by inviting me to sit behind him, that they were inviting a supporter.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to make eye contact with Mr. Manafort, like, it's okay, you have supporters. And his wife, when they convicted him, she was in the ante room outside our offices in tears. Now, she wasn't emotional, but she was in tears. And these people, there was not a single word of comfort offered to her. All I could do was time my exit so that I was alone with her for about 5 seconds. And I said, all will be well. And I walked out the door. But they are heartless people. They were self-righteous, and they're not very smart, Brian.
Yeah, self-righteous. Self-righteous is a good way to put it. And you know, it's like Taylor Swift had that too, where it's Taylor Swift's world. You're just living in it. That's how the bureaucracy feel. And this attitude that you're describing towards Manafort, if Kamala Harris would have won the election, MAGA people, we would be illegal right now. They would be making moves.
Absolutely.
They would have declared the MAGA movement a domestic hate group if we got lucky, or a terrorist group.
Absolutely. And by the way, there was one other thing that gentleman mentioned about the government. About attorney generals supposedly. That's a fiction. That's a fiction. All attorney generals act at the behest of their appointer.
Yeah.
Okay, the president.
Yeah.
Whether it was Kleindienst in Watergate or who was the chick with Obama? She met
Loretta Lynch
on the TARP.
Loretta Lynch. Monster.
Just some of them are better actors than others, but they are all,
of course,
the right hand of the president. So that to me is a little naive to say that, well, you know, the attorney general, in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world. But anyway, on that note, Brian, I'll get out of your hair. Thanks, buddy. Hey, and by the way, one last thing. Don't advertise about the Starbucks thing, okay? Because that's where they'll wait for you. I'm telling you.
What do you mean?
Know what I mean?
About that I go there?
Yeah, well, that you don't carry when you go in there.
Oh.
Don't advertise that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because
All right.
that's where they will wait for you.
Well, if you
okay, so
all right,
be careful,
all right,
brother.
I appreciate the call. All right, he's looking out for me. Well, that if you notice, I haven't been live streaming out in the open on the weekend since they killed Charlie Kirk, have I? You got to be careful, and that's that. Well, listen, guys. I'll be back later. Thanks for watching. My name's Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you subscribe and like the video. And as I asked earlier, if you could take the link to the video and share on all your social media, if all of you could get 2 or 3 of your friends on social media to come here to my channel and sub, could you imagine? Oh my goodness. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for watching. Take care.